War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Well, Prince, so Genoa and Lucca are now just family estates of the Bonapartes. But I warn you, if you don't tell me that this means war, I will have nothing more to do with you, and you are no longer my friend, no longer my faithful slave, as you call yourself. Oh, there. How do you do? I see I'm scaring you. Sit down and talk to me. These words were uttered in July 1805 by Anna Pavlovna Scherer, a distinguished lady of the court and maid of honor to the Empress Maria Fedorovna. It was her greeting to Prince Vasily Kuragin, a man of high rank and importance, who was the first to arrive at her reception. Anna Pavlovna had been coughing for the last few days. She was, as she said, suffering from la grippe, grippe being then a new word in Petersburg, only used by the elite. All her invitations, without exception written in French, and delivered that morning by a footman in red livery, ran as follows. If you have nothing better to do, Count, or Prince, and if the prospect of spending an evening with a poor invalid is not too alarming to you, I shall be charmed to see you at my house between 7 and 10, Annette Scherer. Heavens, what a violent outburst, the Prince responded, not in the least disconcerted at such a reception. He was wearing an embroidered court uniform, knee breeches and shoes, and had stars on his breast, and a serene expression on his flat face. He spoke in that refined French in which our grandfathers not only spoke but thought, and with the gentle, patronizing intonation natural to a man of importance who had grown old in society and at court. He went up to Anna Pavlovna, kissed her hand, presented to her his bald, scented and shining head, and complacently seated himself on the sofa. "First of all, dear friend, tell me how you are, relieve a friend's anxiety," he said, with no change in his voice and tone, in which indifference and even irony was perceptible through the veil of courtesy and sympathy. "Can one be well while suffering morally? Can one be calm in times like these if one has any feeling?" said Anna Pavlovna. "You are staying the whole evening, I hope." "And the fate of the English ambassadors? Today is Wednesday. I must put in an appearance there," said the Prince. "My daughter is coming for me to take me there." "Now, about your family. Do you know that since your daughter came out, everyone has been enraptured by her? They say she is amazingly beautiful." The Prince bowed to signify his respect and gratitude. "I often think how unfairly sometimes the joys of life are distributed. Why has fate given you two such splendid children? I don't speak of Anatole, your youngest. I don't like him. I am dissatisfied with him. Between ourselves," and her face assumed its melancholy expression, "he was mentioned at Her Majesty's, and you were pitied. Have you never thought of marrying off your prodigal son, Anatole?" she asked. "They say old maids have a mania for matchmaking, and though I don't feel that weakness in myself as yet, I know a little person who is very unhappy with her father. She is a relation of yours, Princess Maria Bolkonskaya." "Do you know," he said at last, evidently unable to check the sad current of his thoughts, "is this princess of yours rich?" "Her father is very rich and stingy. He lives in the country. He is the well-known Prince Bolkonsky who had to retire from the army under the late Emperor, and was nicknamed the King of Prussia. He's very clever, but eccentric and a bore. The poor girl is very unhappy. She has a brother, Prince Andrei. I think you know him. He married Lisa Minen lately. He is an aide-de-camp of Kutuzov's and will be here tonight. Listen, dear Annette. Arrange that affair for me, and I shall always be your most devoted slave. And with the familiarity and easy grace peculiar to him, he raised the maid of honour's hand to his lips, kissed it, and swung it to and fro as he lay back in his armchair, looking in another direction. Attendez, said Anna Pavlovna, reflecting. I'll speak to Lisa, young Bolkonsky's wife, this very evening, and perhaps the thing can be arranged. It shall be on your family's behalf that I'll start my apprenticeship as an old maid. Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room was gradually filling. Prince Vasili's beautiful daughter, Hélène, came to take her father to the ambassador's entertainment. She wore a ball dress and her badge as maid of honour. The youthful little Princess Bolkonsky was also there. She had been married to Prince Andrei during the previous winter, and being pregnant, did not go to any large gatherings, but only to small receptions. One of the next arrivals was a stout, heavily built young man with close-cropped hair, spectacles, the light-coloured breeches fashionable at that time, a very high ruffle, and a brown dress coat. This stout young man was an illegitimate son of Count Bezukhov, a well-known grandee of Catherine's time, who now lay dying in Moscow. The young man had not yet entered either the military or civil service, as he had only just returned from abroad, where he had been educated, and this was his first appearance in society. Anna Pavlovna greeted him with the nod she accorded to the lowest hierarchy in her drawing-room. But in spite of this lowest-grade meeting, a look of anxiety and fear, as at the sight of something too large and unsuited to the place, came over her face when she saw Pierre enter. Though he was certainly rather bigger than the other men in the room, her anxiety could only have reference to the clever, though shy, but observant and natural expression which distinguished him from everyone else in that drawing-room. He knew that all the intellectual lights of Petersburg were gathered there, and like a child in a toy shop, did not know which way to look, afraid of missing any intellectual conversation that was to be heard. Anna Pavlovna's reception was in full swing. "Come over here, Hélène, dear," said Anna Pavlovna to the beautiful princess, who was sitting some way off. The princess smiled. With a slight rustle of her white dress trimmed with moss and ivy, with a gleam of white shoulders, glossy hair, and sparkling diamonds, she passed between the men who had made way for her, not looking at any of them, but smiling on all, as if graciously allowing each the privilege of admiring her beautiful figure and shapely shoulders, back, and bosom, which in the fashion of those days were very much exposed, and she seemed to bring the glamour of a ballroom with her as she moved towards Anna Pavlovna. Just then another visitor entered the drawing-room, Prince Andrei Bolkonsky. He was a very handsome young man, of medium height, with firm, clear-cut features. Everything about him, from his weary, bored expression to his quiet, measured step, offered a most striking contrast to his lively little wife. It was evident that he not only knew everyone in the drawing-room, but had found them to be so tiresome that it wearied him to look at or listen to them. "You are off to the war, Prince?" said Anna Pavlovna. "General Kutuzov," said Bolkonsky, speaking French and stressing the last syllable of the general's name like a Frenchman, "has been pleased to take me as an aide-de-camp." "And Lisa, your wife?" "She will go to the country." Pierre, who from the moment Prince Andrei entered the room had watched him with glad, affectionate eyes, now came up and took his arm. Before he looked round, Prince Andrei frowned again, expressing his annoyance with whoever was touching his arm. But when he saw Pierre's beaming face, he gave him an unexpectedly kind and pleasant smile. "There now, so you too are in the great world," said he to Pierre. "I knew you would be here," replied Pierre. "I will come to supper with you. May I?" "No, impossible," said Prince Andrei, laughing and pressing Pierre's hand, to show that there was no need to ask the question. He wished to say something more, but at that moment Prince Vasili and his daughter got up to go, and the two young men rose to let them pass. "You must excuse me, dear Vicomte," said Prince Vasily to the Frenchman he was talking to, holding him down by the sleeve in a friendly way to prevent his rising. "This unfortunate fate at the ambassador's deprives me of a pleasure and obliges me to interrupt you. I am very sorry to leave your enchanting party," he said, turning to Anna Pavlovna. His daughter, Princess Hélène, passed between the chairs, lightly holding up the folds of her dress, and the smile shone still more radiantly on her beautiful face. Pierre gazed at her with rapturous, almost frightened eyes as she passed him. "Very lovely," said Prince Andrei. "Very," said Pierre. In passing, Prince Vasily seized Pierre's hand and said to Anna Pavlovna, "Educate this bear for me. He's been staying with me a whole month, and this is the first time I've seen him in society. Nothing is so necessary for a young man as the society of clever women." Anna Pavlovna smiled and promised to take Pierre in hand. Having thanked Anna Pavlovna for her charming soirée, the guests began to take their leave. Pierre was ungainly, stout, about average height, with huge red hands. He did not know how to enter a drawing-room, and still less how to leave one. Anna Pavlovna turned towards him and, with Christian mildness, expressed forgiveness, nodded, and said, "I hope to see you again." Pierre clumsily took his leave, and made his way to Prince Andrei's residence. Pierre, arriving before the others, went into Prince Andrei's study like one quite at home, and from habit immediately lay down on the sofa, took from the shelf the first book that came to hand, and resting on his elbow began reading it. Prince Andrei entered the study, rubbing his small white hands. Pierre turned his whole body, making the sofa creak. He lifted his eager face to Andrei, smiled, and waved his hand. "Well, have you at last decided on anything? Are you going to be a guardsman or a diplomat?" asked Andrei after a momentary silence. "You must decide on something. Your father expects it." Pierre, at the age of 10, had been sent abroad with an abbé as tutor, and had remained away until he was 20. When he returned to Moscow, his father dismissed the abbé and said to the young man, "Now go to Petersburg, look around, and choose your profession. I will agree to anything. Here is a letter to Prince Vasily, and here is money." Pierre had already been choosing a career for 3 months, and had not decided on anything. "Have you been to the Horse Guards?" persisted Andrei. "No, I have not. But this is what I've been thinking and wanting to tell you. There is a war now against Napoleon. If it were a war for freedom, I could understand it and should be the first to enter the army. But to help England and Austria against the greatest man in the world is not right." Prince Andrei only shrugged his shoulders at Pierre's childish words. "If no one fought except on his own conviction, there'd be no wars," he said. "And that would be splendid," said Pierre. Prince Andrei smiled ironically. "Very likely it would be splendid, but it would never come about." "Well, why are you going to the war?" asked Pierre. "What for? I don't know. I must. Besides, I'm going—" He paused. "I'm going because the life I'm leading here does not suit me." The friends were silent. Neither cared to begin talking. Prince Andrei rubbed his forehead with his small hand. "Let's go and have supper," he said with a sigh, going to the door. They entered the elegant, newly decorated and luxurious dining room. Everything from the table napkins to the silver bore the imprint of newness found in the households of the newly married. Halfway through supper, Prince Andrei leant his elbows on the table, and with a look of nervous agitation began to speak as one who has long had something on his mind and suddenly determines to speak. "Never marry, my dear fellow, that's my advice. Never marry till you can say to yourself that you have done all you are capable of, and until you have ceased to love the woman of your choice and have seen her plainly as she is, or else you will make a cruel and irrevocable mistake." Pierre took off his spectacles and gazed at his friend in amazement. "My wife," continued Prince Andrei, "is an excellent woman, But, oh God, what would I not give now to be unmarried? You are the first and only one to whom I mention this, because I like you. But tie yourself up with a woman, and like a chained convict, you lose all freedom. And all you have of hope and strength merely weighs you down and torments you with regret. Drawing rooms, balls, gossip, vanity, and triviality, these are the enchanted circle I cannot escape from. I am now going to the war, the greatest war there ever was, and I know nothing, and I am fit for nothing. Don't marry, my dear fellow, don't marry, concluded Prince Andrei. It seems funny to me, said Pierre, that you should consider yourself incapable and your life a spoilt life. You have everything before you, everything, and you... He did not finish his sentence, but his tone showed how highly he thought of his friend, and how much he expected of him in the future. How can he talk like that? Thought Pierre. He considered his friend a model of perfection, because Prince Andrei possessed in the highest degree just the very qualities Pierre lacked. Pierre was always astonished at his calm manner of treating everybody, his extraordinary memory, his extensive reading, but above all his capacity for work and study. My part is played out, said Prince Andrei. Let us talk about you. But what is there to say about me? Said Pierre. What am I? An illegitimate son. He suddenly blushed crimson. For the present I'm free and am all right, only I haven't the least idea what I am to do. Prince Andrei looked kindly at him, yet his glance expressed a sense of his own superiority. I am fond of you, especially as you are the only live man among our whole set. Yes, you're all right. Choose what you will, it's all the same. But look here, give up visiting those Kuragins and leading that sort of life. It suits you so badly, all this debauchery, dissipation, and the rest of it. Pierre was staying at Prince Vasily Kuragin's and sharing the dissipated life of his son Anatole, the son whom they were planning to reform by marrying him to Prince Andrei's sister. Do you know, said Pierre, as if suddenly struck by a happy thought, seriously, I've long been thinking of it. Leading such a life, I can't decide or think properly about anything. One's head aches and one spends all one's money. He asked me for tonight, but I won't go. You give me your word of honour not to go? On my honour. It was past 1 o'clock when Pierre left his friend. It was a cloudless northern summer night. Pierre took an open cab intending to drive straight home, but the nearer he drew to the house, the more he felt the impossibility of going to sleep on such a night. It was light enough to see a long way in the deserted street, and it seemed more like morning than night. On the way, Pierre remembered that Anatole Kuragin was expecting the usual set for cards that evening, after which there was generally a drinking bout, finishing with visits of a kind Pierre was very fond of. I should like to go to Kuragin's, he thought, but he immediately recalled his promise to Prince Andrei not to go there. Then, as happens to people of weak character, he desired so passionately once more to enjoy that dissipation he was so accustomed to, that he decided to go. Cards and supper were over, but the visitors had not yet dispersed. Pierre threw off his cloak and entered the first room, in which were the remains of supper. A footman, thinking no one saw him, was drinking on the sly what was left in the glasses. From the third room came the shouting of familiar voices and the growling of a bear. Some 8 or 9 young men were crowding anxiously round an open window. 3 others were romping with the young bear, one pulling him by the chain and trying to set him at the others. "I bet 100 on Stevens," shouted one. "Mind, no holding on," cried another. "I bet on Dolohov," cried a third. "Kuragin, you part our hands." "There, leave Bruin alone. Here's a bet on it." "One draft or he loses," shouted a fourth. "Jacob, bring a bottle," shouted the host, a tall, handsome fellow who stood in the midst of the group without a coat and with his fine linen shirt unfastened in front. "Wait a bit, you fellows. Here's Petrusha, the dear fellow." He turned to Pierre. Another voice cried from the window, "Come here, part the bets." This was Dolohov, an officer of the Semenov regiment, a notorious gambler and duellist who was living with Anatole. Pierre smiled, looking about him merrily. "I don't understand. What's it all about?" "Wait a bit. He's not drunk yet. A bottle here," said Anatole, and taking a glass from the table, he went up to Pierre. "First of all, you must drink." Pierre drank one glass after another, looking from under his brows at the tipsy guests who were again crowding around the window and listening to their chatter. Anatole kept on refilling Pierre's glass, whilst explaining that Dolohov was betting with Stevens, an English naval officer, that he would drink a bottle of rum, sitting on the outer ledge of the third-floor window, with his legs hanging out. "I'll do the same thing," cried Pierre, "even without a bet. There, tell them to bring me a bottle. I'll do it. Bring a bottle." Let him do it," said Dolohov, smiling. "What next? Have you gone mad? No one would let you. Why, you go giddy even on a staircase," exclaimed several voices. "I'll drink it. Let's have a bottle of rum," shouted Pierre, banging the table with a determined and drunken gesture and preparing to climb out of the window. They seized him by his arms, but he was so strong that everyone who touched him was sent flying. "No, you'll never manage him that way," said Anatole. "Wait a bit and I'll get round him." "Listen, I'll take your bet tomorrow, but now we're all going out." "Come on then," cried Pierre. "Come on, and we'll take Bruin with us." And he caught the bear, took it in his arms, lifted it from the ground, and began dancing round the room with it. It was St. Natalia's Day. Ever since the morning, coaches with 6 horses had been incessantly driving to and fro from the Countess Rostov's big house, so well known in Moscow. The Rostovs were celebrating the name day of the mother and daughter, both called Natalia. The Countess herself and her handsome eldest daughter were in the drawing-room with the visitors who came to congratulate them. The Countess Rostov was a woman of about 45, with a thin, oriental type of face, evidently worn out with childbearing. She had had 12. A languor of motion and speech resulting from weakness gave her a distinguished air which inspired respect. Princess Anna Mikhailovna Drubetskoy, as an intimate friend of the family, sat with them, assisting in the work of receiving and entertaining their guests. The younger members of the family were in the back rooms, not seeing fit to take part in receiving visitors. Count Rostov met his visitors and escorted them to the door, inviting all of them to dinner. The conversation was on the chief topic of the day, the illness of the wealthy and celebrated beau of Catherine's day, old Count Bezukhov, and on his illegitimate son. "I am very sorry for the Count," declared a visitor. "The distress caused him by his son will be the death of him." "Why, what has happened?" asked the Countess. "They are perfect ruffians, especially Dolohov," said the visitor. "Just fancy, the 3 of them got hold of a bear somewhere, put it in a carriage with them, and were taking it to some actress's. The police ran up to stop them. They took the police officer, tied him back to the bear, and dropped the bear into the Moika. The bear swam with the police officer on his back." "What a nice figure the policeman must have cut, my dear," shouted Count Rostov, dying with laughter. "Well, I hope no one will receive him here," the visitor went on, in spite of his great wealth.
"What makes you say the young man is wealthy?" asked Countess Rostov. "Count Besuhoff has only illegitimate children. I believe that Pierre, too, is illegitimate."
Princess Anna Mikhailovna interposed, obviously wishing to show her connections and intimate knowledge with every detail in society. "This is how it stands. He has lost count of his own children, but this Pierre is his favourite. The direct heir to all the property is Prince Vasily through his wife, but the father is fond of Pierre. He has taken trouble over his education and has written to the Emperor, so no one can tell if he dies whom the immense property will come to, Pierre or Prince Vasily. 40,000 serfs and millions of roubles."
"Prince Vasily arrived in Moscow yesterday. He's coming on some inspection business," said the visitor.
"Between ourselves," said the princess, "that's a pretext. He has come simply to see the old count, hearing he was in such a serious state." Suddenly they heard in the next room several girls and boys running to the door, and the grating sound of a chair knocked over. A girl of 13 ran in, hiding something in her short muslin petticoat, and stopped short in the middle of the room. She had evidently bounded so far by mistake. At the same instant there appeared in the doorway a student with a crimson band on his collar, a young officer in the Guards, a girl of 15, and a fat, rosy-cheeked boy in a child's smock. Count Rostov jumped up and, opening his arms, threw them round the little girl.
"Ah, here she is," he cried, laughing. "Our little darling on her name day."
"My dear, there's time for everything," said the Countess. "You're always spoiling her." The little girl, with her black eyes and wide mouth, was not pretty, but she was full of life. In the wild dash, her bodice had slipped from the bare childish shoulders, and the black curls were tossed back in confusion. She had thin, bare arms, little legs in lace-frilled drawers, and low shoes upon her feet. She was at the delightful age when a girl is no longer a child, though the child is not yet a young woman. Wriggling away from her father, Natasha ran up to her mother, hid her face in her mother's lace kerchief, and broke into laughter.
"Oh, do you see? My doll, Mimi, you see?"
And she could say no more. It all seemed so funny. Meanwhile, all of the younger generation, Boris, the officer, Anna Mikhailovna's son, Nikolai, the student, the Count's elder son, Sonia, the Count's niece who lived with the Rostovs, and little Petya, the Count's younger son, had all placed themselves about the drawing-room and were obviously trying to restrain the excitement and mirth which was brimming over in their faces. The two young men, the officer and the student, friends from childhood, were of the same age and both good-looking. Boris was a tall, fair-haired lad with delicate, regular features and a look of composure on his handsome face. Nikolai was a curly-haired youth, not tall, with an open expression. Boris was at home immediately and talked easily and playfully of the doll Mimi, saying that he had known her before her nose was broken, and that she had grown older during the 5 years he remembered her, and how her head was cracked right across the skull. Natasha turned away from him, glanced at her younger brother, who, with a scowl on his face, was shaking with noiseless laughter, and unable to restrain herself, she skipped up and flew out of the room as quickly as her swift little legs would carry her. Boris walked slowly to the door and went after Natasha. When Natasha ran out of the drawing-room, she only ran as far as the conservatory. There she stopped, listening to the talk in the drawing-room and waiting for Boris to come out. When she heard the young man's footsteps, she darted swiftly away and hid among the tubs of shrubs. Boris stood in the middle of the room, looked round him, brushed a speck of dirt off the sleeve of his uniform, and going up to the looking-glass, examined his handsome face and walked towards the other door. Natasha was on the point of calling to him, but she changed her mind. "Let him look for me," she said to herself. Boris had only just gone out when at the other door Sonia came in, flushed and muttering something angrily through her tears. The door opened and Nikolai came in. "Sonia, what is the matter? How can you?" said Nikolai, running up to her.
Nothing. Leave me alone," Sonia was sobbing.
No, I know what it is. You saw me talking to Julie Karagin earlier, and you are jealous.
And you can go back to her.
Sonia, one word. How can you torture me and yourself for a mere fancy? Said Nikolai, taking her hand. Natasha, not stirring and hardly breathing, looked with shining eyes from her hiding place. What's coming now? She thought. Sonia, I care for nothing in the whole world. You're everything to me, said Nikolai. I'll prove it to you.
I don't like you to talk like that.
Well, I won't then. Come, forgive me, Sonia. He drew her to him and kissed her. Pierre had not succeeded in fixing upon a career in Petersburg and had been banished to Moscow for disorderly conduct. He had arrived a few days earlier, stopping as he always did at his father's house. Though he assumed that his story would already be known in Moscow, and that the ladies who were about his father, always unfavourably disposed to him, would profit by this opportunity of turning the Count against him, he went on the day of his arrival to his father's part of the house. Going into the drawing-room, where the princesses usually sat, he greeted the ladies, two of whom were sitting at their embroidery frames, while one, Princess Katish, read aloud. Pierre was received like a man risen from the dead or stricken with plague. The youngest, who was of a mirthful disposition, bent over her frame to conceal a smile. "Good morning, cousin," said Pierre. "You don't know me?" "I know you only too well," said Princess Katish. "How is the Count? Can I see him?" Pierre asked, awkwardly as always, but not disconcerted. "The Count is suffering both physically and morally, and your only anxiety seems to be to occasion him as much suffering as possible." "Can I see the Count?" repeated Pierre. Katish responded frostily, "If you want to kill him, you can see him. Olga, go and see if Uncle's broth is ready. It will soon be time for it." Olga went out. Pierre stood still a moment, looking at the sisters, and bowing, said, "Then I will go to my room. When I can see him, you will tell me." The next day, Princess Vassilie had come and settled in the Count's house. He sent for Pierre and said to him, "My dear fellow, if you behave here as you did in Petersburg, you will come to a very bad end. That's all I have to say to you. The Count is very ill. You must not see him." Since then, Pierre had not been disturbed, and he spent the whole day alone in his room upstairs. Countess Rostov, with her daughters and the greater number of guests, was sitting in the drawing-room. The Count led the gentlemen to his room, calling their attention to his connoisseur's collection of Turkish pipes. There was talk of the war, which had been declared in a manifesto, and of the levies of troops. The Count gazed with evident satisfaction at the smokers, and listened to the argument he had started between his two neighbours. One of these was a civilian with a thin, wrinkled, bilious, close-shaven face, a man past middle age, though dressed like the most fashionable young man. This was an old bachelor, Shinshin, a cousin of the Countess's, famed in Moscow drawing-rooms for his biting wit. His companion was a fresh, rosy officer of the Guards. He was Lieutenant Berg, an officer in the Semenovsky regiment. Pierre arrived just at dinner-time, and awkwardly sat down in the first easy-chair he came across, blocking the way for everyone. The greater number of the guests, knowing the story of the bear, looked inquisitively at this big, stout, inoffensive-looking person, puzzled to think how such a spiritless and staid young man could have played such a prank. A little later the card tables were opened, parties were made up for Boston, and the Count's guests settled themselves in the two drawing-rooms, the divan-room and the library. The young people, at the Countess's suggestion, gathered about the clavichord and the harp. "Boris, come here," said Natasha. "But where's Sonia?" She ran off to find her.
The chest in the corridor was the scene of the woes of the younger feminine generation of the House of Rostov. Yes, Sonia was on the chest, lying face downwards, her face hidden in her hands.
"Sonia, what is it? What's the matter with you?"
"Nikolinka's going away in a week. His paper has come, he told me himself. And Vera said we can never marry because he is my cousin."
"Why, Uncle Shinshin's brother is married to his first cousin, and we're only second cousins, you know. Don't worry, it'll all come right."
"Do you think so, really?"
Sonia said rapidly. "Really, truly," answered Natasha. "Let's go back then." When the orchestra struck up, Natasha walked into the drawing room, and going straight up to Pierre, laughing and blushing, she said, "Mamma told me to ask you to dance." "I'm afraid of muddling the figures," said Pierre, "but if you will be my teacher." And he gave his fat hand to the slim little girl, putting his arm low down to reach her level. While in the Rostovs' hall they were dancing the Sixth Anglaise, Count Bezukhov, Pierre's father, had just had his 6th stroke. The doctors declared that there was no hope of recovery. Outside the house, undertakers were crowding beyond the gates, trying to escape the notice of the carriages that drove up, but eagerly anticipating a good order for the Count's funeral. The magnificent reception room was full. Prince Vasily, who had grown paler and thinner, sat down on a chair in the hall alone, crossing one leg high over the other, leaning his elbow on his knee and covering his eyes with his hand. After sitting so for some time, he got up, and with steps more hurried than his wont, he crossed the long corridor, looking around him with frightened eyes, and went to the back part of the house to the apartments of the eldest princess. He opened the door of the princess's room. It was half dark in the room. There were only 2 lamps burning before the holy pictures, and there was a sweet perfume of incense and flowers.
"Ah, is that you, mon cousin? Has anything happened?" she asked. "I'm in continual dread." "Nothing. Everything is unchanged. I have only come to have a little talk with you, Katish, about business," said the prince, sitting down wearily in the low chair from which she had just risen. "I wondered whether anything had happened," said the princess, and sat down opposite the prince. "You know how I care for all of you as if you were my own children, but we have to think of my family too," continued Prince Vasily, angrily pushing away a little table and not looking at her. "You know, Katish, that you 3 Marmontov sisters and my wife, we are the only direct heirs of the Count. The point is, as you are yourself aware, that last winter the Count made a will by which, passing over his direct heirs and us, he bequeathed all his property to Pierre." "He may have made ever so many wills," the princess said placidly, "but he can't leave it to Pierre. Pierre is illegitimate." "But what if a letter has been written to the Emperor and the Count has petitioned him to legitimize Pierre? And if they open the Count's papers, the will with the letter will be given to the Emperor, and his petition will certainly be granted. Pierre will receive everything." "What about our share?" the princess inquired, smiling ironically. "Why, my poor Katish, it is as clear as daylight. He will then be the only legal heir of all. There is still time, my dear. Remember, Katish, that all this was done heedlessly in a moment of anger, of illness, and then forgotten. Our duty is to correct his mistake, to soften his last moments by not letting him commit this injustice. The will is in the inlaid portfolio that he keeps under his pillow." At the time that this conversation was taking place in the princess's room, a carriage with Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna in it was driving into the court of Bezukhov's mansion. They went straight into the half-lighted hall adjoining the Count's reception room.
2 minutes had not elapsed before Prince Vasily came majestically into the room, wearing his coat with 3 stars on it and carrying his head high. He went up to Pierre and took his hand. "Courage, courage, mon ami. He has asked to see you." Pierre went in, stepping on the soft carpet, and noticed that the adjutant and some servants too all followed him in, as though there were no need now to ask permission to enter that room. On snow-white, uncrumpled pillows, Pierre recognized the majestic figure of his father, Count Besuhoff. The eyes of the sick man showed impatience. "He wants to be turned over on the other side," whispered a servant. While the Count was being turned over, a smile came onto his face, a weak, suffering smile. Pierre felt a lump in his throat. The sick man was turned towards the wall and sighed. Pierre went out. There was by now no one in the reception room except Prince Vasily and the eldest princess, who were mute at once on seeing Pierre and his companion, and Pierre fancied that the princess concealed something. "Katish has served tea in the drawing-room," Prince Vasily said. Pierre did not want tea. He looked round inquiringly towards Anna Mikhailovna and saw that she had gone out to the reception-room where Prince Vasily had remained with the eldest princess. She was standing beside the princess, and they were both talking in excited tones. "Allow me, madam, to know what is to be done," said the princess. "But, dear princess, would that not be too great a tax on uncle at such a moment when he needs repose?" Prince Vasily was sitting in a low chair in his habitual attitude, with one leg crossed high over the other. "No, my dear Anna Mikhailovna, let Katish act on her own discretion. You know how the Count loves her." "I don't even know what's in this document," said the princess, pointing to the inlaid portfolio which she held in her hand. "All I know is that the real will is in the bureau, and that this is a paper that has been forgotten." "I know, dear," said Anna Mikhailovna, taking hold of the portfolio. All that Pierre heard was the sound of a scuffle over the portfolio. At that instant, the door, the dreadful door of the old Count's room, was flung rapidly, noisily open, banging against the wall, and the second princess rang out, wringing her hands. "What are you about?" she said in despair. "He is passing away, and you leave me alone." The eldest princess dropped the portfolio. Swiftly, Anna Mikhailovna stooped, snatched up the object of dispute, and ran into the bedroom. The eldest princess and Prince Vasily followed her. A few minutes later, the eldest princess came out again with a pale, dry face, biting her underlip. At the sight of Pierre, her face expressed irrepressible hatred. "Yes, now you can give yourself airs," she said. "You have got what you wanted." The next to emerge was Prince Vasily. "Ah, my dear boy," he said, taking Pierre by the elbow, "what sins, what frauds we all commit, and all for what? It all ends in death, all. Death is awful." He burst into tears. The next morning Anna Mikhailovna said to Pierre, "Yes, my dear boy, it is a great loss for us all. You are young, and now you are at the head of an immense fortune, I hope. The will has not been opened yet. I know you well enough to know that this will not turn your head, but it will impose duties upon you, and you must be a man." Pierre did not speak. At Bleak Hills, the estate of Prince Nikolai Andreevich Bolkonsky, the arrival of young Prince Andrei and his wife was daily expected. But this expectation did not disturb the regular routine in which life moved in the old prince's household. Prince Nikolai Andreevich, once a commander-in-chief, known in the fashionable world by the nickname of the Prussian King, had been exiled to his estate in the reign of Paul and had remained at Bleak Hills ever since, with his daughter, Princess Maria, and her companion, Mademoiselle Bourienne. Even in the new reign, though he had received permission to return to the capital, he had never left his home in the country. He had himself undertaken the education of his daughter, and he continued giving her lessons in algebra and geometry up to her 20th year, and mapped out her whole life in uninterrupted occupation. His meals were served in a fixed and invariable manner, and not at a certain hour, but at a certain minute. With those about him, from his daughter to his servants, the Count was sharp and invariably exacting, and so, without being cruel, he inspired a degree of respect and awe that the most cruel man could not readily have commanded. On the day that the young people were expected to arrive, Princess Maria went in as usual at the fixed hour of the morning into the waiting-room to say good morning to her father, and with dread in her heart crossed herself and mentally repeated a prayer. The princess kept timidly hold of the door, which opened smoothly and easily, and stood still in the doorway. The prince was working at his lathe, and glancing round, he went on with what he was doing. He never gave the usual blessing to his children. He simply offered her his scrubby, not yet shaved cheek, and said sternly and yet at the same time with intense tenderness, "Quite well? All right then, sit down." He took a geometry exercise book written by his own hand and drew up a chair with his leg. The princess bent over the exercise book. "Stop! There's a letter for you," the old man said suddenly, pulling out of a pocket hanging over the table an envelope addressed in a feminine hand and putting it on the table. The princess's face coloured red in patches at the sight of the letter. She took it hurriedly and bent over it. "From Julie?" asked the prince. "Yes, from Julie," said the princess, glancing timidly at him. "Come, madam," began the old man. "These triangles are equal. Kindly look. The angle ABC." The princess's eyes grew dim. She could feel nothing but the dry face of her stern father near her, his breath and the smell of him, and could think of nothing but how to escape as soon as possible from the study. The princess answered a question wrongly. "Well, you are too stupid," cried the prince, pushing away the book and turning sharply away. Princess Maria went back to her own room with that dejected, scared expression that rarely left her, and made her plain, sickly face even plainer. She put down the geometry book and impatiently opened the letter. The letter was from the princess's dearest friend from childhood, Julie Kuragin. Julie wrote in French, "All Moscow talks of nothing but war. One of my 2 brothers is already abroad, the other is with the Guard, who are starting on the march to the frontier. Our dear Emperor has left Petersburg, and, people declare, intends to expose his precious existence to the risks of war. God grant that the Corsican monster who is destroying the peace of Europe may be brought low by the angel whom the Almighty in his mercy has given us as sovereign." The princess glanced at her watch, and seeing that it was already 5 minutes later than the hour fixed for her practice on the clavichord, she went with a face of alarm into the divan-room. In accordance with the rules by which the day was mapped out, the prince rested from 12 to 2, while the young princess practiced on the clavichord. At that moment, a carriage and a little cart drove up to the steps, and Prince Andrei got out of the carriage, helped his little wife out, and let her pass into the house before him. The valet Tikhon, in his wig, popping out of the door of the waiting-room, informed him in a whisper that the prince was taking a nap, and made haste to close the door. Tikhon knew that no extraordinary event, not even the arrival of his son, would be permitted to break through the routine of the day. Prince Andrei was apparently as well aware of the fact as Tikhon. He looked at his watch as though to ascertain whether his father's habits had changed during the time he had not seen him, and satisfying himself that they were unchanged, he turned to his wife. "He will get up in 20 minutes. Let's go to Maria," he said.
"It is a palace," she said to her husband, looking round.
The sound of a clavichord came from the divan room.
"Is that Maria practicing? Let us go quietly. We must surprise her."
Prince Andrei followed her with a courteous and depressed expression. The little princess went in, and he heard an exclamation and the sound of kissing. When Prince Andrei went in, the two ladies, who had only seen each other once for a short time at Prince Andrei's wedding, were clasped in each other's arms. Madame Bourienne was standing near them, her hands pressed to her heart. She was smiling devoutly, apparently equally ready to weep and to laugh. Prince Andrei and his sister kissed each other's hands, and he told her she was just as great a crybaby as she'd always been. The princess talked incessantly. The short, downy upper lip was continually flying down to meet the rosy upper lip when necessary, and parting again in a smile of gleaming teeth and eyes. She communicated the news that she had left all her clothes in Petersburg, and God knew what she would have to go about in here, and that Andrei was quite changed, and that a suitor had turned up for Princess Maria, who was a suitor worth having, but they would talk about that later. Princess Maria was gazing mutely at her brother, and her beautiful eyes were full of love and melancholy.
"And it is quite settled that you are going to the war, Andrei," she said, sighing.
"Yes, and tomorrow, too," answered her brother.
"He is deserting me here, and heaven knows why, when he might have had promotion," sighed the little princess.
Prince Andrei was leaving the following evening. The old prince, not departing from his regular routine, went away to his room after dinner. The little princess was with her sister-in-law. Prince Andrei, having changed his dress and put on a travelling coat without epaulette, had been packing with his valet in the room set apart for him. After himself inspecting the coach and the packing of his trunks on it, he gave orders for the horses to be put to. Clasping his hands behind him, he walked rapidly up and down the room from corner to corner. Whether he felt dread at going to the war, or grief at forsaking his pregnant wife, or possibly something of both, he evidently did not care to be seen in that mood, for catching the sound of footsteps in the outer room, he hastily unclasped his hands, stood at the table as though engaged in fastening the cover of his case, and assumed his habitual calm and impenetrable expression. It was the heavy tread of Princess Maria.
"They told me you had ordered the horses to be put in," she said. "Andrei, I have a great favour to ask of you."
"What is it, dear?"
"No, promise me you won't refuse. It will be no trouble to you, and there's nothing beneath you in it, only it will be a comfort to me. Promise, Andriusha," she said, putting her hand into her reticule and holding something in it but not showing it yet, as though what she was holding was the object of her entreaty, and before she received a promise to grant it, she could not take that something out of her reticule. "Our grandfather always wore it in all his wars." She still did not take out what she was holding in her reticule. "You promise me, then?"
"Of course. What is it?"
"Andrei, I am blessing you with the holy image, and you must promise me you will never take it off. You promise?"
"If it does not weigh a ton and won't drag my neck off, to please you," said Prince Andrei. The same second he noticed the pained expression that came over his sister's face at this jest, and felt remorseful.
"Against your own will, God will save and will have mercy on you, because in him alone is truth and peace," she said in a voice shaking with emotion. And with a solemn gesture, holding in both hands before her brother a small old-fashioned oval image of the Saviour with a black face in a silver setting on a little white chain of delicate workmanship, she crossed herself, kissed the image, and gave it to Andrei. "I am very glad, really very glad, dear," he said, and stooping over her, kissed her on the forehead. His fine eyes shone with an unaccustomed light of intelligence and goodness. But he was not looking at his sister, but towards the darkness of the open door over her head. "Let us go to my wife. I must say good-bye."
The little princess, plump and rosy, was sitting on a low chair with her work in her hands, chattering to Mademoiselle Bourienne. Prince Andrei went up, stroked her on the head, and asked her if she had got over the fatigue of the journey. She answered him and went on talking. The coach with 6 horses stood at the steps. It was a dark autumn night. In the great hall within stood all the members of the household: Mikhail Ivanovitch, an architect and companion to the old count, Mademoiselle Bourienne, Princess Maria, and the little princess. Prince Andrei had been summoned to the study of his father, who wanted to take leave of him alone. When Prince Andrei went into the study, the old prince was in his spectacles and white dressing gown, in which he never saw anyone but his son. He was sitting at the table, writing. He looked round. "Going?" And he went on writing again. "I have come to say goodbye." "Kiss me here." He touched his cheek. "Thanks. Thanks." "What are you thanking me for?" "For not lingering beyond your fixed time. For not hanging about a woman's petticoats. Duty before everything." And he went on writing, so that ink spurted from the scratching pen. "Listen. Don't worry about your wife. What can be done shall be done. Now listen. Give this letter to Mikhail Ilarionovitch. I write that he is to make use of you on good work, and not to keep you long an adjutant, a vile duty. Now, come here. Well, goodbye." He gave his son his hand to kiss and embraced him. "We've said goodbye. Go along," he said suddenly. "Go along!" he cried in a loud and wrathful voice, opening the study door. "What is it? What's the matter?" asked the 2 princesses on seeing Prince Andrei and catching a glimpse of the old man. Prince Andrei sighed and made no reply. "Now then," he said, turning to his wife, and that "now then" sounded like a cold sneer, as though he had said, "Now, go through your little performance." "Andrei, already," said the little princess, turning pale and looking with dismay at her husband. He embraced her. She shrieked and fell swooning on his shoulder. He cautiously withdrew the shoulder on which she was lying, glanced into her face, and carefully laid her in a low chair. "Goodbye, Marcia," he said gently to his sister, and they kissed one another's hands. Then, with rapid steps, he walked out of the room. Just after Prince Andrei had gone, the door of the study was flung open, and the stern figure of the old man in his white dressing gown peeped out. "Gone? Well, and a good thing, too," he said, looking furiously at the fainting princess. He shook his head reproachfully and slammed the door. In the October of 1805, the Russian troops were occupying the towns and villages of the Austrian Archduchy, and fresh regiments kept arriving from Russia and encamping about the fortress of Braunau, burdening the inhabitants on whom they were billeted. Braunau was the chief headquarters of the commander-in-chief, Kutuzov. On the 11th of October 1805, one of the infantry regiments that had just reached Braunau had halted half a mile from the town, awaiting the inspection of the commander-in-chief. Kutuzov walked through the ranks, stopping now and then, and saying a few friendly words to the officers he had known in the Turkish War, and sometimes the soldiers. Nearest of all to the commander-in-chief walked a handsome adjutant. It was Prince Andrei. Beside him was his comrade Nesvitsky, a tall staff officer,
excessively stout, with a good-natured, smiling, handsome face and moist eyes. Although so short a time had passed since Prince Andrei had left Russia, he had changed greatly during that time. In the expression of his face, in his gestures, in his gait, there was scarcely a trace to be seen now of his former affectation, ennui, and indolence. Kutuzov, whom he had overtaken in Poland, had received him very cordially, had promised not to forget him, had marked him out among the other adjutants, had taken him with him to Vienna, and given him the more serious commissions. Coming out of Kutuzov's room into the reception-room, Prince Andrei went in with some papers to his comrade, the adjutant on duty, Kozlovsky, who was sitting in the window with a book. He was met on the way by a tall man, who at that instant walked into the reception-room, slamming the door. The stranger, who had obviously just arrived, was an Austrian general in a long coat, with a black kerchief tied round his head and the Order of Maria Theresa on his neck. Prince Andrei stopped short. "The commander-in-chief is engaged," said Kozlovsky, hurriedly going up to the unknown general and barring his way to the door. "Whom am I to announce?" The unknown general looked disdainfully down at the short figure of Kozlovsky, as though it were impossible that he could be ignorant of his identity. The door of the private room opened, and Kutuzov appeared in the doorway. The general, with the bandaged head bent forward as though fleeing from danger, strode towards Kutuzov, his thin legs moving swiftly. "General Mack!" exclaimed Kutuzov, ushering the general into his room. Within half an hour, the adjutants had been dispatched in various directions with orders based on General Mack's news. The Austrians had been defeated at Ulm, and the Russian troops, which had hitherto been inactive, were destined soon to meet the enemy. Kutuzov fell back to Vienna, destroying behind him the bridges over the River Inn and the River Traun, and on the 23rd of October the Russian troops crossed the River Enns. Pursued by the French army of 100,000 men under the command of Bonaparte, received with hostility by the inhabitants, losing confidence in their allies, suffering from shortness of supplies, and forced to act under circumstances unlike anything that had been foreseen, the Russian army of 35,000 men under the command of Kutuzov beat a hasty retreat to the lower ground about the Danube. There they halted and were overtaken by the enemy and fought a few rearguard skirmishes, avoiding an engagement, except insofar as it was necessary to secure a retreat without the loss of their baggage and guns. Kutuzov had, on the 1st of November, received from one of his spies information that showed the army he commanded to be in an almost hopeless position. The spy reported that the French, after crossing the bridge at Vienna, were moving in immense force on Kutuzov's line of communications with the reinforcements marching from Russia. On the night of receiving the news, Kutuzov sent Prince Bagration's advance guard of 4,000 soldiers to the right over the mountains. Bagration marched 45 versts by night in stormy weather through the mountains, with no road and with hungry, barefoot soldiers. Prince Andrei begged Kutuzov to allow him to join Bagration, as he was eager for an engagement, and Kutuzov unwillingly agreed. Knowing Prince Andrei Bolkonsky to be a favourite and trusted adjutant of Kutuzov, Bagration received him with a commanding officer's special graciousness and condescension. The following day the French were near. Prince Andrei, walking beside Bagration, could distinguish clearly the sashes, the red epaulets, even the faces of the French. Suddenly there was the snap of a shot among the French, another, and a third, and smoke rose and firing rang out in all the broken-up ranks of the enemy. Several of our men fell, but at the very instant of the first shot, Bagration looked round and shouted, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" rang out along our lines in a prolonged roar, and in an eager and joyous crowd our men ran downhill after the routed French.
Prince Vasily used not to think over his plans. Still less did he think of doing harm to others for the sake of his own interest. He was simply a man of the world, who had been successful in the world, and had formed a habit of being so. Pierre was ready at hand in Moscow, and Prince Vasily secured an appointment as gentleman of the bedchamber for him, a position at that time reckoned equal in status to that of a councillor of state, and insisted on the young man's travelling with him to Petersburg and staying in his house. Without apparent design, but yet with unhesitating conviction that it was the right thing, Prince Vasily did everything to ensure Pierre's marrying his daughter. Something drew him infallibly towards men richer or more powerful than himself, and he was endowed with a rare instinct for hitting on precisely the moment when he should and could make use of such persons. "Well, my dear boy, tomorrow we're off at last," he said one day. "Here all our important business is settled. Oh, yes, I was almost forgetting," Prince Vasily added. "You know, my dear boy, I had a little account to settle with your father, so as I've received something from your Ryazin estate, I'll keep that. You don't want it. We'll go into the accounts later." At the beginning of the winter, in the year 1805, Pierre received one of Anna Pavlovna's customary pink notes of invitation, in which the words occurred, "You will find the fair Hélène at my house, whom one never gets tired of seeing." On reading that passage, Pierre felt for the first time that there was being formed between him and Hélène some sort of tie recognized by other people. This idea at once alarmed him and pleased him as an amusing supposition. Anna Pavlovna had arranged the groups in her drawing-room with her usual skill, and on seeing Pierre detained him with a finger on his coat sleeve. "Wait, I have designs on you this evening." She looked round at Hélène and smiled at her. "She is exquisite, isn't she said to Pierre, indicating the majestic beauty moving towards them. Hélène was, as always in the evening, wearing a dress cut in the fashion of the day, very low in the neck, both in front and behind. Her bust, which had always to Pierre looked like marble, was now so close to his short-sighted eyes that he could discern all the living charm of her neck and shoulders, and so near his lips that he need scarcely have stooped to kiss it. He felt the warmth of her body, the fragrance of her scent, and heard the creaking of her corset as she moved. He knew it at that moment as surely as he would have known it standing under the wedding crown beside her. How would it be? And when? He knew not even if it would be a good thing. He had a feeling, indeed, that for some reason it would not, but he knew it would be so. 6 weeks later, he was married, and the lucky possessor of a lovely wife and millions of roubles. He took up his abode in the great, newly decorated Petersburg mansion of the Count Bezuhoff. It was a long while since the Rostovs had had news of their Nikolai, but in the middle of the winter a letter was handed to Count Rostov, on the envelope of which he recognized his son's handwriting. Anna Mikhailovna had learned, as she always did learn everything that passed in the house, that he had received a letter, and treading softly she went in to the Count and found him with the letter in his hand, sobbing and laughing at once. "My dear friend," Anna Mikhailovna brought out in a voice of melancholy inquiry, equally ready for sympathy in any direction. The Count sobbed more violently. "Nikolai. Letter. Wounded. He would, my dear, my darling boy, the little Countess, promoted. Oh, thank God." Anna Mikhailovna sat down by his side, with her own handkerchief wiped the tears from his eyes and from the letter, then dried her own tears, read the letter, soothed the Count, and decided that before dinner and before tea she would prepare the Countess, and after tea, with God's help, tell her all.
For all of the next week, they were hard at work preparing a reply to Nikolai's letter from all the household, writing out rough copies, copying out fair copies. Anna Mikhailovna, practical woman, had succeeded in obtaining special patronage for herself and her son Boris in the army that even extended to their correspondence. She had opportunities of sending her letters to the Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovich, who was in command of the Guards. And so it was decided to send off their letters and money by the special messenger of the Grand Duke to Boris, and Boris would have to forward them to Nikolai. On the 12th of November, Kutuzov's army, encamped near Olmutz, was preparing to be reviewed on the following day by the two emperors, the Russian and the Austrian. That day, Nikolai had received a note from Boris, informing him that the Izmailovsky regiment was quartered for the night 15 versts from Olmutz, and that he wanted to see him to give him a letter. It was almost 6 months since they had seen each other, and being at the stage when young men take their first steps along the path of life, each found immense changes in the other. "Ah, you damned floor polishers! Smart and clean, as if you'd been enjoying yourselves, not like us poor devils at the front," said Rostov with a martial swagger. "But I say, send for some wine." Boris frowned. "If you really want some," he said, and went to the bedstead, took a purse from under the pillows, and ordered some wine. "Oh, and I have a letter and money to give you," he added. With the letters from his family, there had been inserted a letter of recommendation to Prince Bagration, on Anna Mikhailovna's advice, which Countess Rostov had obtained through acquaintances and had sent to her son, begging him to take it to its address and make use of it. "What nonsense! Much use to me," said Rostov, throwing the letter under the table. "What did you throw that away for?" asked Boris. "It's a letter of recommendation of some sort. What the devil do I want with a letter like that?" "What the devil do you want with it?" said Boris, picking it up and reading the address. "That letter would be of great use to you." "I'm not in want of anything, and I'm not going to be an adjutant to anybody." "Why not?" asked Boris. "A lackey's duty." "You are just as much of an idealist as ever, I see," said Boris, shaking his head. Boris begged Rostov to tell him how and where he had been wounded. That pleased Rostov, getting more and more eager as he talked. He described to them his battle at Schöngraben, exactly as men who have taken part in battles always do. That is, as they would have liked them to be, as they have heard them described by others. He began with the intention of telling everything precisely as it had happened, but imperceptibly and unconsciously he passed into falsehood. He could not tell them simply that he had fallen off his horse and had run with all his might away from the French into the copse. And besides, to tell everything exactly as it happened, he would have had to exercise self-control in order to tell nothing beyond what had happened. To tell the truth is a very difficult thing, and young people are rarely capable of it. On the 18th and 19th, the troops moved forward 2 days' march, and the enemy's outposts, after a brief interchange of shots, retired. In the higher departments of the army, an intense, bustling excitement and activity prevailed from midday of the 19th till the morning of the following day, the 20th of November, on which was fought the memorable Battle of Austerlitz. In the night of the 19th, the multitude of the 80,000 of the Allied army rose from its halting place, and with a hum of talk moved on, a vast heaving mass 9 versts long. Prince Andrei was present at the Council of War. The confused discussions left on him an impression of uncertainty and uneasiness. Prince Andrei was present at the Council of War. The confused discussions left on him an impression of uncertainty and uneasiness. "It may well be that I shall be killed tomorrow," he thought,
and at that moment a whole chain of memories, the most remote and closest to his heart, rose up in his imagination. Tomorrow, perhaps, I shall have for the first time to show all I can do. I don't know what will come then, but I want glory, want to be known to men, want to be loved by them. It's not my fault that I want it, that it's the only thing I care for, the only thing I live for. He could hear the voices of the officers' servants packing up. Death, wounds, the loss of my family, nothing has terrors for me. I would give up everything for a moment of glory, of triumph over men, of love from men whom I don't know and shall never know. At 5 o'clock in the morning, it was still quite dark. The troops of the centre, of the reserves, and of Bagration's right flank were still at rest. But on the left flank, the columns of the infantry, cavalry, and artillery, destined to be first to descend from the heights so as to attack the French right flank and drive it back to the Bohemian mountains, were already up and astir. The officers were hurriedly drinking tea and eating breakfast. The soldiers were munching biscuits, stamping their feet rhythmically while they gathered about the fires, warming themselves, and throwing into the blaze the remains of chairs, tables, wheels, tubs, everything superfluous they could not take with them. As soon as an Austrian officer appeared near a commanding officer's quarters, the soldiers ran from their fires, thrust pipes into bootlegs, bags into wagons, saw to their muskets, and formed into ranks. The adjutants and the officers in command of regiments and battalions got on their horses, crossed themselves, gave final orders, and the monotonous thud of thousands of feet began. The columns moved, not knowing where they were going, and unable from the crowds around them, the smoke, and the thickening fog, to see either the place which they were leaving, nor that into which they were advancing. Kutuzov, accompanied by his adjutants, followed the carabineers at a walking pace. The fog was beginning to part, and 1.5 miles away the enemy troops could be seen indistinctly on the opposite heights. Kutuzov stood still in conversation with an Austrian general. Prince Andrei, standing a little behind, watched them intently, and turned to an adjutant, meaning to ask him for a field-glass. "Look, look," this adjutant said, looking not at the troops in the distance, but down the hill before him. "It's the French." They had supposed the French to be over 1.5 miles away, and here they were, all of a sudden, confronting them. With the naked eye, Prince Andrei saw to the right, below them, a dense column of French soldiers coming up towards the Absheron regiment, not over 500 paces from where Kutuzov was standing. "Here it is. It is coming, the decisive moment. My moment has come," thought Prince Andrei, and slashing his horse he rode up to Kutuzov. "We must stop the Absheron regiment," he shouted, "Your Most High Excellency." But at that instant everything was lost in a cloud of smoke. There was a sound of firing close by, and a voice in naive terror cried not 2 paces from Prince Andrei, "Hey, mates, it's all up!" At that voice there was a general rush. Crowds, growing larger every moment, ran back in confusion. Prince Andrei tried only not to be left behind by it, and looked about him in bewilderment, unable to grasp what was taking place. Kutuzov was standing in the same place. He was taking out his handkerchief. Blood was flowing from his cheek. Prince Andrei forced his way up to him. "You are wounded?" he asked, hardly able to control the quivering of his lower jaw. "The wound's not here, but there. See," said Kutuzov, pressing the handkerchief to his wounded cheek and pointing to the running soldiers. "Stop those wretches!" Kutuzov gasped to the officer in command of the regiment, pointing to the fleeing soldiers. But at the same instant, as though in revenge for the words, the bullets came whizzing over the regiment and Kutuzov's suite like a flock of birds. The French were now attacking the battery, and catching sight of Kutuzov, they were shooting at him.
With this volley the general clutched at his leg. Several soldiers fell, and the second lieutenant, standing with the flag, let it drop out of his hands. The flag tottered and was caught on the guns of the nearest soldiers. The soldiers had begun firing without orders. "Oh!" Kutuzov growled with an expression of despair, and he looked around him. "Bolkonsky," he whispered in a voice shaking with the consciousness of his old age and helplessness. "Bolkonsky? What's this?" But before he had uttered the words, Prince Andrei, feeling the tears of shame and mortification rising in his throat, was jumping off his horse and running to the flag. "Lads, forward!" he shrieked in a voice of childish shrillness. "Hurrah!" he shouted, and hardly able to hold up the heavy flag in both his hands, he ran forward in the unhesitating conviction that the whole battalion would run after him. One soldier started, then another, and then the whole battalion, with shouts of "Hurrah!" was running forward and overtaking him. An under-officer of the battalion ran up and took the flag, which tottered from its weight in Prince Andrei's hands, but he was at once killed. Prince Andrei snatched up the flag again, and waving it by the staff, ran on with the battalion. In front of him he saw our artillerymen, of whom some were fighting, while others had abandoned their cannons and were running towards him. He saw French infantry soldiers, too, seizing the artillery horses and turning the cannons around. Prince Andrei and the battalion were within 20 paces of the cannons. He heard the bullets whizzing over him incessantly, and continually the soldiers moaned and fell to the left and right of him. Then it seemed to him as though a hard stick were swung full at him by some soldier near, dealing him a violent blow on the head. It hurt a little, but the worst of it was that the pain distracted him from seeing where he was going. "What's this? Am I falling? My legs are giving way under me," he thought, and fell on his back. He opened his eyes. Above him there was nothing but the sky, the lofty sky, not clear, but still immeasurably lofty, with grey clouds creeping quietly over it. How was it that I did not see that lofty sky before? And how happy I am to have found it at last. Yes, all is vanity, all is a cheat, except that infinite sky. There is nothing but that. Nothing but peace and stillness. And thank God. He was losing blood, and kept moaning a soft, plaintive, childish moan of which he himself knew nothing. Towards evening he ceased moaning and became perfectly still. He did not know how long his unconsciousness lasted. Suddenly he felt again that he was alive, and suffering from a burning, lacerating pain in his head. He fell to listening, and caught the sound of approaching hoofs and voices speaking French. He opened his eyes. Above him was the same lofty sky, with clouds higher than ever floating over it. He did not turn his head, and did not see the men who, judging from the voices and the thud of hoofs, had ridden up to him and stopped. They were Napoleon and his 2 adjutants escorting him. Bonaparte, making a tour of the field of battle, had been giving his last instructions for the strengthening of the battery, and was inspecting the dead and wounded. "Fine men," said Napoleon, looking at a dead Russian grenadier, who with his face thrust into the earth and blackened neck lay on his stomach, one stiff arm flung wide. "The field guns have exhausted their ammunition, Your Majesty," said an adjutant arriving that moment from the battery. "Bring up more from the reserve," said Napoleon, and riding a few steps away stood still, looking at Prince Andrei, who lay on his back with the abandoned flagstaff beside him. The flag had been taken by the French as a trophy.
"That's a fine death," said Napoleon, looking at Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei knew that it was said of him, and that it was Napoleon saying it. He heard the speaker of those words addressed as Your Majesty, but he heard the words as he heard the buzzing of flies. He knew it was Napoleon, his hero, but at that moment Napoleon seemed to him such a small, insignificant creature in comparison with what was passing now between his soul and that lofty, limitless sky with the clouds flying over it. Prince Andrei remembered nothing more. He lost consciousness from the excruciating pain caused by being laid on the stretcher. He only regained consciousness towards the end of the day, when, with other Russian officers, wounded and prisoners, he was being taken to the hospital. The first words he heard on coming to himself were from a French convoy officer who was saying hurriedly, "They must stop here. The Emperor will be here directly. It will be a pleasure for him to see these prisoners." A little later, Prince Andrei was thrust forward under the Emperor's eyes to complete the show of prisoners. Napoleon apparently remembered seeing him on the field. "And you, young man," he said to him, "how are you feeling, mon brave?" Although 5 minutes previously Prince Andrei had been able to say a few words to the soldiers who were carrying him, he was silent now, with his eyes fixed on Napoleon. The Emperor, after vainly pausing for a reply, turned away and said to one of the officers in command, "See that they look after these gentlemen, and take them to my bivouac. Let my doctor attend to their wounds." The soldiers who had been carrying Prince Andrei had come across the golden relic Princess Maria had hung upon her brother's neck and taken it off him. But seeing the graciousness the Emperor had shown to the prisoners, they made haste to restore the holy image. How good it would be, thought Prince Andrei as he glanced at the image which his sister had hung round his neck with such emotion and reverence. How good it would be if all were as clear and simple as it seems to Maria. How good to know where to seek aid in this life, and what to expect after it, there beyond the grave. "He's a nervous, bilious subject," said the doctor. "He won't recover." Prince Andrei, with the rest of the hopeless cases, was handed over to the care of the inhabitants of the district. At the beginning of the year 1806, Nikolai Rostov returned to Moscow from the army and was received by his family as a hero. The old count had plenty of money that year because all his estates had been mortgaged, and so Nikolai, who kept his own racehorse, was able to pass his time very agreeably. After the first brief interval of adapting himself to the old conditions of life, Nikolai felt very happy at being home again. He felt that he had grown up and become a man. His stolen kisses with Sonia he now looked back upon as childishness, from which he was immeasurably remote. Now he was a lieutenant of hussars, with a silver-braided jacket and a soldier's cross of St. George. He went to balls and into ladies' society, with an affectation of doing so against his will. Races, the English club, carousals with his friend Denisov, and the nocturnal visits that followed. All that was the correct thing for a dashing young hussar. At the beginning of March, Count Rostov was very busily engaged in arranging a dinner at the English club, to be given in honour of Prince Bagration, and on the 3rd of March all the rooms of the English club were full of the hum of voices, and the members and guests of the club, in uniforms and frock coats, some even in powder and Russian kaftans, were standing, meeting, parting, and running to and fro.
Pierre, who at his wife's command had let his hair grow and left off his spectacles, was walking about the rooms dressed in the height of fashion, but looking melancholy and depressed. Here, as everywhere, he was surrounded by the atmosphere of people paying homage to his wealth, and he behaved to them with the careless, contemptuous air of sovereignty that had become habitual with him. Just before dinner, Count Rostov presented his son to the prince. Bagration recognized him and uttered a few words. The old count looked about at everyone in gleeful pride while Bagration was speaking to his son. He then made signs to the carver, gave whispered directions to the footman, and not without emotion awaited the arrival of each anticipated dish. Everything was capital. At the second course, which was a gigantic sturgeon, the footman began popping corks and pouring out champagne. After the fish, Count Rostov exchanged glances with the other stewards. "There will be a great many toasts. It's time to begin," he whispered, and glass in hand he got up. All were silent, waiting for what he would say. "To the health of the sovereign, the emperor!" he shouted. At that instant they began playing "Raise the Shout of Victory." All rose from their seats and shouted, "Hurrah!" The enthusiastic Rostov could be heard above the 300 other voices. "Hurrah!" he shouted, and emptying his glass at one gulp, he flung it on the floor. Many followed his example, and when the uproar subsided, the footman cleared away the broken glass, and all began talking. Count Rostov rose once more, and proposed a toast to the health of the hero, Prince Pyotr Ivanovich Bagration, and instead of music, this time a chorus of singers began to sing a cantata composed by Pavel Ivanovich Kutuzov. Pierre was sitting opposite Dolohov and Nikolai Rostov. He ate greedily and drank heavily, as he always did. He was silent all through dinner, and seemed not to be seeing or hearing what was passing about him, and to be thinking of some one thing, something painful and unsettled. This unsettled question that worried him was due to the hints dropped by the princess his cousin at Moscow in regard to Dolohov's close intimacy with his wife, and to an anonymous letter he had received that morning, which had said that he didn't seem to see clearly through his spectacles, and that his wife's connection with Dolohov was a secret from no one but himself. Pierre could not help recalling how Dolohov, who had been completely reinstated after the incident with the bear, had returned to Petersburg and come to see him. Dolohov had taken advantage of his friendly relations with Pierre in their old rowdy days, had come straight to his house, and Pierre had established him in it and lent him money. Pierre recalled how Hélène, smiling, had expressed her dissatisfaction at Dolohov staying in their house, and how cynically Dolohov had praised his wife's beauty to him, and how he had never since left them up to the time of their coming to Moscow. "He must think I'm afraid of him. And in fact, I really am afraid of him," Pierre mused. And at these thoughts he felt as though something terrible and hideous were rising up in his soul. When they got up to drink the health of the Tsar, Pierre, plunged in thought, did not rise nor take up his glass. "What are you about?" Rostov shouted to him. "Don't you hear the health of our sovereign, the emperor?" Pierre, with a sigh, obeyed, got up, and emptied his glass. The footman, distributing copies of Kutuzov's cantata, laid a copy by Pierre as one of the more honoured guests. He would have taken it, but Dolohov bent forward, snatched the paper out of his hands, and began reading it. Pierre bent the whole of his ungainly person across the table. "Don't you dare to take it!" he shouted. "Hush, hush! What are you about?" whispered panic-stricken voices. Dolohov looked at Pierre with his clear, mirthful, cruel eyes, as though he were saying, "Come now, this is what I like." "I won't give it up," he said distinctly. Pale and quivering, Pierre snatched the copy. You blackguard! I challenge you," he said.
and moving back his chair, he got up from the table. At the second that Pierre did this and uttered these words, he felt that the question of his wife's guilt, that had been torturing him for the last 24 hours, was finally and incontestably answered in the affirmative. He hated her, and was severed from her forever. Rostov agreed to be Dolohov's second, and after dinner he discussed with Nesvitsky, Pierre's second, the arrangements for the duel.
"Goodbye till tomorrow, at Sokolniki,"
said Dolohov as he parted from Rostov on the club steps. Next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Pierre and Nesvitsky found Denisov, Dolohov, and Rostov at the Sokolniki copse. When everything was ready, the swords stuck in the snow to mark the barrier and the pistols loaded, the antagonists took up their places 40 paces from each other. At 40 paces, nothing could be seen through the mist. Everyone was silent. Denisov came forward and pronounced the words, "Take your pistols, and at the word 3 begin to advance together. 1, 2, 3. The combatants had the right to fire when they chose. Dolohov walked slowly, not lifting his pistol, and looking intently into the face of his antagonist. "So, when I like, I can fire," said Pierre. And at the word 3, he walked with rapid steps, holding his pistol at full length in his right hand, obviously afraid of killing himself with that pistol. After advancing 6 paces, Pierre glanced rapidly at Dolohov, and stretching out his finger as he had been shown, fired. Not at all expecting such a loud report, Pierre started at his own shot, then smiled and stood still. The smoke, which was made thicker by the fog, hindered him from seeing for the first moment, but the other shot that he was expecting did not follow. All that could be heard were Dolohov's rapid footsteps, and his figure came into view through the smoke. With one hand he was clutching at his left side. The other was clenched on the lowered pistol. His face was pale. Rostov was running up and saying something to him. "No," Dolohov muttered through his teeth. His left hand was covered with blood. Dolohov began, but he could not articulate the words. "Come up," he said at last with an effort. Pierre, hardly able to restrain his sobs, ran towards Dolohov when Dolohov cried, "To the barrier!" Pierre, grasping what was wanted, stood still just at the sword. Only 10 paces divided them. Dolohov took a mouthful of snow and sucked it. He raised the pistol and took aim. "Sideways! Don't expose yourself to the pistol," said Nesvitsky. With his gentle smile of remorse, Pierre stood with his broad chest directly facing Dolohov. Denisov, Rostov, and Nesvitsky screwed up their eyes. At the same instant they heard a shot and Dolohov's wrathful cry. "Missed!" shouted Dolohov as he dropped helplessly, face downwards in the snow. Pierre clutched at his head and walked into the wood, muttering incoherently, "Stupid, stupid, death lies." Rostov and Denisov got the wounded Dolohov away. Of late, Pierre had rarely seen his wife alone. Both at Petersburg and at Moscow, their house had been constantly full of guests. On the night following the duel, he did not go to his bedroom, but spent the night in his huge study, formerly his father's room. In the night, he called for his valet and bade him pack to go to Petersburg. He resolved that the next day he would go away, leaving a letter for his wife, in which he would announce his intention of parting from her forever. A week later, Pierre had made over to his wife the revenue from all his estates in Great Russia, which made up the larger half of his property.
2 months had passed since the news of the defeat of Austerlitz and the loss of Prince Andrei had reached Bleak Hills. In spite of all researches and letters through the Russian embassy, his body had not been found, nor was he among the prisoners. Princess Maria had decided not to tell Lisa the dreadful news about Prince Andrei until after her confinement, and had persuaded her father to do the same.
"Ma bonne amie," said the little princess after breakfast on the morning of the 19th of March, "I'm afraid that this morning's Frühstück has disagreed with me." "What's the matter with you, my darling? You look pale," said Princess Maria in alarm, running up to her sister-in-law. "Shouldn't we send for Maria Bogdanova, Your Excellency?" said one of the maids who was present. Maria Bogdanova was a midwife from a district town who had been for the last fortnight at Bleak Hills. Princess Maria ran out of the room to fetch her, but the midwife was already on her way, rubbing her plump, small white hands with a face of significant composure. It was one of those March nights when winter seems to regain its sway and flings its last snows and storms with malignant desperation. A relay of horses had been sent to the high road for the German doctor, who was expected every minute. Suddenly a gust of wind blew on one of the window frames, and flinging open a badly fastened window bolt, set the curtains fluttering. Princess Maria shuddered. The nurse went to the window, and putting her head out, tried to catch the open frame. "Princess, my dearie, there's someone driving up the avenue," said Maria Bogdanova. "It must be the doctor." "Oh, my God, thank God," said Princess Maria. "I must go and meet him. He does not know Russian." At the turn of the winding stairs, steps in thick overshoes could be heard coming up, and a voice, familiar it seemed to Princess Maria, was saying something. "Thank God," said the voice. "And father?" "He has gone to bed," answered the voice of the butler. "It is Andrei," thought Princess Maria. "No, it cannot be. It would be too extraordinary," she thought, and at the very instant she was thinking so, there came into sight the face and figure of Prince Andrei, in a fur coat with a deep collar covered in snow. He embraced his sister. "What a strange fate," he said. "Masha, darling." And flinging off his coat and overboots, he went into the little princess's room. "My precious," he said, a word he had never used speaking to her before. "I hoped for help from you, and nothing, her eyes said. His coming had nothing to do with her agony and its alleviation. The pains began again, and Maria Bogdanova advised Prince Andrei to leave the room. He sat in the adjoining room, waiting. Suddenly a fearful scream came from the room. Prince Andrei ran to the door. The scream ceased. He heard the cry of a baby. The door opened. The doctor came out of the room, pale, and his lower jaw twitching. Prince Andrei addressed him, but the doctor, looking at him in a distracted way, passed by without uttering a word. He went into his wife's room. She was lying dead in the same position in which he had seen her 5 minutes before. And in spite of the fixed gaze and white cheeks, there was the same expression still on the charming childish face, with the little lip covered with fine dark hair. "I love you all, and have done no harm to anyone. And what have you done to me?" said her charming, piteous, dead face. In a corner of the room was something red and tiny, squealing and grunting in the trembling white hands of Maria Bogdanova. In another 5 days there followed the christening of the young prince, Nikolai Andreevich. The nurse held the swaddling clothes up to her chin, while the priest with a goose feather anointed the baby's red, wrinkled hands and feet. His grandfather, who was his godfather, trembling and afraid of dropping the baby, carried him round the battered tin font and handed him over to the godmother, Princess Maria.
Faint with terror that they would let the baby drown in the font, Prince Andrei sat in an adjoining room, waiting for the conclusion of the ceremony. He looked joyfully at the baby when the nurse brought him out, and nodded approvingly when the nurse told him that a bit of wax with the baby's hair in it thrown into the font had not sunk in the water, but floated. On his way to Petersburg, Pierre had to wait at the station of Torzhok, as there were no horses. Without removing his outdoor things, he lay down on a leather sofa in front of a round table, put up his big feet in their thick overboots on this table, and sank into thought.
"I make bold to beg your Excellency to make room the least little bit for this gentleman here,"
said the overseer, coming into the room, and ushering in after him another traveller, also brought to a standstill from lack of horses. The traveller was a thick-set, square-shouldered, yellow-wrinkled old man. Pierre stared at him, and had not time to look away when the old man bent his resolute and stern glance upon Pierre. Pierre felt confused and tried to turn away from that glance, but the gleaming old eyes drew him irresistibly to them. "I have the pleasure of speaking to Count Besuhoff, if I am not mistaken," said the stranger. "I have heard of you," he continued, "and I have heard of what has happened to you, of your misfortune." He underlined, as it were, the last word. "I am very sorry for it, sir." Pierre reddened and bent forward towards the old man, smiling timidly and unnaturally. "But if for any reason you dislike conversing with me," said the old man, "then you say so, sir." And suddenly he smiled a quite unexpected smile of fatherly kindness. "Oh, no, not at all. On the contrary, I am very glad to make your acquaintance," said Pierre. And glancing at the stranger's hands, he noticed the head of Adam on his ring, the token of masonry. "Allow me to inquire," he said. "Are you a Mason?" "Yes, I belong to the Brotherhood of the Freemasons," said the stranger, looking now more searchingly into Pierre's eyes. "And from myself, and in their name, I hold out to you a brotherly hand." "I ought to tell you that I don't believe in God," said Pierre regretfully and with effort. The Freemason looked intently at Pierre and smiled, as a rich man holding millions in his hands might smile to a poor wretch who should say to him that he, the poor man, has not 5 roubles that would secure him happiness. "Yes, you do not know him, sir," said the Freemason. "That is why you are unhappy." Yes, Pierre assented. "But what am I to do?" "You know not him, sir, but he is here. He is within me. He is in my words. He is in thee," said the Mason in a stern, vibrating voice. He stopped and made a long pause. "The highest wisdom and truth is like the purest dew, which we try to hold within us," he went on. "Can I hold in an impure vessel that pure dew and judge of its purity? Only by the inner purification of myself can I bring that dew contained within me to some degree of purity." After these words, the Freemason leant his elbow on the back of the sofa and closed his eyes, as though weary of talking. He cleared his throat huskily. "Where are you going now, sir?" I'm going to Petersburg," answered Pierre. "Help comes only from God," said the stranger. "But such measure of aid as it is in the power of our order to give you, it will give you, sir. You go to Petersburg and give this to Count Wilaski." He took out his notebook and wrote a few words on a large sheet of paper folded into 4. "When you reach the capital, devote your time at first there to solitude and to self-examination, and do not return to your old manner of life. Therewith I wish you a good journey, sir," he added, noticing that his servant had entered the room, "and all success."
The stranger's name was Osip Alexeyevich Bazdiev, as Pierre found out later from the overseer's book. On reaching Petersburg, Pierre let no one know of his arrival, went out to see nobody, spent whole days in reading Thomas à Kempis, a book which had been sent him, he did not know from whom. He contacted Velarsky, as Osip Alexeyevich Bazdiev had suggested, and was initiated into the Brotherhood of Freemasonry. A week later, Pierre went away to his estates, after taking leave of his new friends, the Freemasons, and leaving large sums in their hands for alms. His new brethren gave him letters for Kiev and Odessa to Masons living there, and promised to write to him and guide him in his new activity. On reaching Kiev, Pierre sent for all his stewards, and explained to them that steps would shortly be taken for the complete liberation of his peasants from serfdom, that till that time his peasants were not to be overburdened with labour, that the women with children were not to be sent out to work, and that on every estate there must be founded hospitals, almshouses, and schools. Several of the stewards derived amusement from Pierre's lisp and the new words he used that they had not heard before. Others, among them the head steward, divined from this speech how to deal with their master for the attainment of their own ends. The steward promised to use every effort to carry out the Count's wishes, perceiving clearly that he would never be in a position to verify whether every measure had been taken, and would probably never inquire. Returning from his tour in the happiest frame of mind, Pierre carried out an intention he had long had of visiting his friend Prince Andrei, whom he had not seen for 2 years. War had broken out again, and the theatre of it was closer to the borders of Russia. On all sides could be heard curses upon the enemy of the human race, Bonaparte. In the villages there were levies of recruits and reserve men, and from the theatre of war came news of the most conflicting kind. The life of the old Prince Bolkonsky, of Prince Andrei and Princess Maria, was greatly changed since the year 1805. Soon after Prince Andrei's return, the old prince made over a part of the property to him, giving him Bogucharovo, a large estate about 30 miles from Bleak Hills. There Prince Andrei established himself and spent the greater part of his time. The homestead consisted of a threshing floor, serfs' quarters, stables, and a large stone house with a semicircular facade, still in course of erection. Pierre, as he approached, was struck by the modesty of this house, after the splendid surroundings in which he had last seen his friend in Petersburg. Pierre went with rapid steps to the door, and came face to face with Prince Andrei, who came out frowning and looking older. "Well, I didn't expect you." "I'm glad," said Prince Andrei. Pierre felt an irresistible desire to show his friend at once that he was now quite a different Pierre, better than the one he had known in Petersburg. At dinner the conversation fell on Pierre's marriage. "I was very much surprised when I heard of it," said Prince Andrei. "Do you know how it all ended? Did you hear of the duel?" "Yes, you had to go through that too." "The one thing for which I thank God is that I didn't kill that man," said Pierre. "Why so?" said Prince Andrei. "To kill a vicious dog is a very good thing to do, really." "No, to kill a man is bad, wrong." "Why is it wrong?" repeated Prince Andrei. "What's right and wrong is a question it has not been given to men to decide. Men are forever in error, and always will be in error, and in nothing more than in what they regard as right and wrong." "What does harm to another man is wrong," said Pierre. "And who has told you what is harm to another man? I only know 2 very real ills in life, remorse and sickness. There is no good except the absence of those ills. To live for myself so as to avoid those 2 evils, that's the sum of my wisdom now." "But what impulse have you to live with such ideas? You would sit still without stirring, taking no part in anything," retorted Pierre. "There's this house here which has to be built so that I can have a nook of my own where I can be quiet. And now there's the militia."
Why aren't you serving in the army?"
"After Austerlitz," said Prince Andrei gloomily, "no thank you. I swore to myself that I would never serve in the Russian army again. Now there's the militia. My father's commander-in-chief of the Third Circuit, and the only means for me to escape from active service is to serve under him."
Prince Andrei had spent 2 years without a break in the country. All those projects which Pierre had attempted on his estates, and changing continually from one enterprise to another, had never carried out to any real result. All those projects had been carried out by Prince Andrei without any perceptible exertion. He possessed in the highest degree the quality Pierre lacked, that practical tenacity which, without fuss or great effort on his part, set things in working order. In the spring of 1809, Prince Andrei set off to visit the Ryazan estates, the heritage of his son, whose trustee he was. Warmed by the spring sunshine, he sat in the carriage, looking at the first grass and the first flecks of white spring clouds. They drove at last into a birch forest that lay on both sides of the road. At the edge of the forest stood an oak. It was 10 times the thickness and twice the height of any birch tree. Only the few dead-looking evergreen firs dotted about the forest, and this oak refused to yield to the spell of spring, and would see neither spring nor sunshine. Prince Andrei's duties as trustee of his son's estates necessitated an interview with the marshal of the district. This marshal was Count Ilya Andreevich Rostov, and in the middle of May, Prince Andrei went to see him. As he drove along the avenue leading to the Rostovs' house at Oldtuberadio, he heard merry girlish cries, and caught sight of a party of girls running across the avenue. In front of all the rest, there ran towards the coach a black-haired, very slender, black-eyed girl in a yellow cotton gown. On her head was a white pocket handkerchief, from under which strayed locks of her loose hair. The girl was shouting something, but perceiving a stranger, she ran back, laughing, without glancing at him. For some reason, Prince Andrei felt a sudden pang. What is she thinking about? And why is she so happy? Prince Andrei could not help wondering. Count Ilya Andreevich Rostov was living in the year 1809 at Oldtuberadio exactly as he had always done in previous years, entertaining almost the whole province with hunts, theatricals, dinner parties, and concerts. He was delighted to see Prince Andrei, and almost forced him to stay the night. Prince Andrei spent a tedious day, entertained by his elderly host and hostess, but several times in the course of it he glanced at Natasha, continually laughing and full of gaiety among the younger members of the company, and he asked himself each time, what is she thinking of? What is she so glad about? In the evening, alone in a new place, he was for a long while unable to sleep. It was hot in the bedroom with the shutters closed on the inside. Prince Andrei went to the window to open it. His room was on the 2nd story. There were people in the room over his head, and awake too. He heard girls' chatter overhead. "Only this once more," said a voice which he recognized at once. "But when are you coming to bed?" answered another voice. "Sonia, Sonia, oh, how can you sleep?" responded the first voice, coming nearer to the window. She was evidently leaning right out of the window, for he could hear the rustle of her garments and even her breathing. "Do you know that such an exquisite night has never been before?" All was hushed again, but Prince Andrei knew she was still sitting there. "And nothing to do with my existence," he thought. "And she again, as though it were on purpose."
All at once there stirred in his soul such a wholly unexpected medley of youthful hopes and ideas, running counter to the whole tenor of his life, that he made haste to fall asleep. Next day Prince Andrei took leave of the Count and set off on his way home, without waiting for the ladies to appear. It was the beginning of June when Prince Andrei, on his return journey, drove again into the birch forest. The old oak, utterly transformed, draped in a tent of sappy dark green, basked faintly, undulating in the rays of evening sun. Of the knotted fingers, the aged grief and mistrust, nothing was to be seen. No, life is not over at 31. Prince Andrei decided all at once, finally and absolutely. It's not enough for me to know all there is in me. Everyone must know it too. On arriving home, Prince Andrei made up his mind to go to Petersburg in the autumn. At the beginning of 1808, Pierre had returned to Petersburg from his visits to his estates, and by no design of his own had taken a leading position among the Freemasons, spending large quantities of his money on the construction of temples and charitable causes. Meanwhile, his life ran on in the old way, yielding to the same temptations and the same laxity. At this time he received a letter from his wife, who begged him to see her, wrote of her unhappiness and her desire to devote her whole life to him. At the end of the letter, she informed him that in a day or two she would arrive in Petersburg from abroad. Without answering his wife, Pierre at once set off late in the evening and drove to Moscow to see his mentor, Osip Alexeyevich. On the 31st of December, on the eve of the new year 1810, a ball was given by a grand personage in Petersburg. The Tsar and diplomatic corps were to be present at this ball. The well-known mansion of this grandee was illuminated, and carriages were driving away and fresh ones driving up, with grooms in red livery and plumed hats. The Rostovs were accompanied by a friend and relation of the Countess, a thin and yellow maid of honor of the old court, who was acting as a guide to the provincial Rostovs in the higher circles of Petersburg society. Natasha was going to her first ball. She had got up at 8 o'clock that morning and had spent the whole day in feverish agitation. The Countess was to wear a dark red velvet dress. The two girls, white tulle dresses over pink slips and roses on their bodices. They were to wear their hair à la grecque. At 10:15 they were at last seated in their carriage. Natasha had not had a free moment all day, and had not once had time to think of what lay before her. She could only grasp all that awaited her when, walking over the red carpet, she went into the vestibule, took off her cloak, and walked beside Sonia in front of her mother, between the flowers, up the lighted staircase. In the ballroom, guests stood crowding about the entry in expectation of the Tsar. Suddenly Pierre slouched through the crowd. He had promised Natasha to be at the ball to find her partners. But before reaching them, he came to a standstill beside a very handsome, dark man of medium height, who was standing in a window talking to a tall man wearing stars and a ribbon. Natasha at once recognized the handsome young man. It was Prince Andrei, who seemed to her to have grown much younger, happier and better looking. Pierre took Prince Andrei by the arm and led him over to Natasha.
You always dance. Here is my protégée, the younger Rostov girl. Ask her," he said. Natasha's despairing, tremulous face broke upon Prince Andrei. He recognized her, guessed her feelings, saw that it was her debut, remembered hearing her at the window, and with an expression of pleasure on his face, he approached Countess Rostov. "Permit me to introduce you to my daughter," said the Countess, reddening. "I have the pleasure of her acquaintance already, if the Countess remembers me," said Prince Andrei, with a low and courteous bow. He went up to Natasha and proposed a waltz to her. "I have been a long while waiting for you," that alarmed and happy young girl seemed to say to him in the smile that peeped out through the starting tears as she raised her hand to Prince Andrei's shoulder. Prince Andrei loved dancing. He was anxious to escape as quickly as he could from the political and intellectual conversations into which everyone tried to draw him, and anxious too to break through that burdensome barrier of constraint arising from the presence of the Tsar. So he made haste to dance, and chose Natasha because Pierre pointed her out to him, and because she was the first pretty girl who caught his eyes. But he had no sooner put his arm round that slender, supple waist, and felt her stirring so close to him, than the intoxication of her beauty flew to his head. He felt full of life and youth again, as drawing a deep breath, he brought her to a standstill. "She's a rare thing here," he thought, as Natasha settled beside him, sticking in the rose that was falling out of her bodice. The next day Prince Andrei paid calls on various people whom he had not visited before, and with whom he had renewed his acquaintance at the ball. Apart from considerations of politeness, which necessitated a call on the Rostovs, Prince Andrei wanted to see at home that original, eager girl who had left such a pleasant recollection with him. After dinner, Natasha went to the clavichord at Prince Andrei's request and began singing. Prince Andrei stood at the window talking to the ladies. In the middle of a phrase, he ceased speaking and felt suddenly a lump in his throat from tears. He looked at Natasha singing, and something new and blissful stirred in his soul. Next day, Prince Andrei went to dine at the Rostovs and spent the whole day with them. Everyone in the house perceived on whose account he came, and he openly tried to be all day long with Natasha. When he had gone in the evening, the Countess whispered to Natasha, "Well?" "Mamma, for God's sake, don't ask me anything just now. This one can't talk of," said Natasha. But in spite of this answer, Natasha lay a long while in her mother's bed that night. She told her how he had praised her, how he had said he was going abroad to find a tutor for his son, how he had asked where they were going to spend the summer. It seemed to Natasha that she had fallen in love with Prince Andrei the first time she saw him at Oldtuberadio. She was terrified at this strange, unexpected happiness, that the man she had chosen even then, that very man, should meet them again now, and be apparently not indifferent to her. At that very time, Prince Andrei was telling Pierre of his love for Natasha, and of his fixed determination to marry her. To get married, his father's consent was wanted, and to obtain this, Prince Andrei set off to see his father. The father received his son's communication with external composure, but with inward wrath.
"I beg you to defer the matter for a year. Go abroad. Find a German tutor as you want to do for Prince Nikolai, and then, if your love, your passion, your obstinacy, what you choose, are so great, then get married. And that's my last word on the subject."
The day after her conversation with her mother, Natasha spent the whole day expecting Prince Andrei, but he did not come. The next day and the third it was just the same. Pierre, too, stayed away, and Natasha, not knowing Prince Andrei had gone away to see his father, did not know how to interpret his absence.
3 weeks later, Natasha was looking at herself in the mirror when she heard sounds in the vestibule. When she saw herself, her face was pale. It was he. Pale and panic-stricken, she flew into the drawing-room. As soon as Prince Andrei saw Natasha, his face beamed with delight. He kissed the Countess's hand and Natasha's and sat down. "I would like to have a talk with you, Countess," he said after a moment's silence. "Run away, Natasha. I will call you," the Countess whispered. With frightened and imploring eyes, Natasha glanced at Prince Andrei and at her mother and went out. "I have come to ask you for your daughter's hand," said the prince. "I will speak to her when I have received your consent. Do you give it me?" "Yes," said the Countess, and she held out her hand to him. "I am sure my husband will consent," said the Countess. "But your father?" "My father has made it an express condition that the marriage should not take place for a year. It could not be helped." "I will send her to you," said the Countess, and she left the room. Go to him. He asks your hand," said the Countess. "Yes, go," the mother murmured mournfully. Natasha went into him. He took her hand and kissed it. "Do you love me?" "Yes, yes." She bent over close to him, thought a second as though wondering whether it were possible, and then kissed him. "Did your mamma tell you it cannot be for a year?" said the prince, gazing into her eyes. "A whole year!" cried Natasha. "But why a year? Why a year? I shall die if I have to wait a year." She glanced at her lover's face and saw the look of sympathetic pain and perplexity on it. No, I'll do anything," she said, suddenly checking her tears. "I'm so happy." After Prince Andrei's engagement to Natasha, Pierre suddenly, for no apparent reason, felt it impossible to go on living in the same way as before. Happy as he had been at first in the task of perfecting his inner spiritual self, after the engagement and then the death of Osip Alexeyevich, the news of which reached him almost simultaneously, the whole zest of his religious life vanished. Nothing but the skeleton of his life remained. His house, where his wife was now living and basking in the favours of a very grand personage indeed, the society of all Petersburg, and his service at court with its tedious formalities. To avoid compromising his wife, he went away to Moscow. He was welcomed back like a long-expected guest whose place is always ready for him. His purse was always empty because it was always open to everyone. The year of Prince Andrei's absence was now nearly over. Count Rostov arrived in Moscow towards the end of January with Natasha and Sonia. The Countess was unwell and unable to travel, but they could not put off coming till she recovered, for Prince Andrei was expected in Moscow every day. They had, besides, to order the trousseau and to sell the estate in the suburbs of Moscow. As their house in Moscow had not been heated all winter, the old Count decided to accept the hospitality of Maria Dmitrievna Akhrozimov, who had long been pressing them to stay with her. Maria Dmitrievna lived alone. She had already married off her daughter, and her sons were all in the service. She still held herself as erect as ever, still gave everyone her opinion in the same loud, outspoken, blunt fashion, and her whole bearing seemed a reproach to other people for any weakness, passion, or temptation, the possibility of which she did not admit. One evening, soon after their arrival, the Rostovs went to the opera, for which Maria Dmitrievna had obtained them a box. Natasha had no wish to go, but it was impossible to refuse Maria Dmitrievna's kindness. The two strikingly pretty girls, Natasha and Sonia, with their father, who had not been seen for a long while in Moscow, attracted general attention, and everyone looked with curiosity at the girl who was to make one of the best matches in Russia.
Natasha had, so everyone told her, grown prettier in the country. Her black eyes gazed at the crowd, while her slender arm, bare to above the elbow, leaned on the velvet edge of the box. In front of the stalls, in the very centre, leaning back against the rail, stood Dolohov, in a Persian dress, with his huge shock of curly hair combed upwards. The most brilliant young men in Moscow were all thronging about him, and he was obviously the leading figure among them. A tall, handsome woman, with a mass of hair and naked, plump white arms and shoulders, and a double row of big pearls round her throat, walked into the next box, and was a long while settling into her place and rustling her thick silk gown. She was the Countess Besuhoff, Pierre's wife. At that moment they heard the last chords of the overture and the tapping of the conductor's stick. Late-comers hurried to their seats in the stalls, and the curtain rose. At a moment when there was a lull on the stage before the beginning of a song, the door opening to the stalls creaked on the side nearest the Rostovs' box, and there was the sound of a man's footsteps. Natasha looked in the direction of the Countess Besuhov's eyes, and saw an exceedingly handsome adjutant coming towards their box. It was Anatole Kuragin, the Countess's brother. Although the performance was going on, he walked lightly, without haste, along the carpeted corridor, holding his scented, handsome head high, and accompanied by a slight clank of spurs and sword. He went up to his sister, laid his hand in a close-fitting glove on the edge of her box, nodded his head at her, and bending down, asked her a question, with a motion towards Natasha. "Very, very charming," he said, obviously speaking of Natasha. He then went to the front row and sat down beside Dolohov. The first act was over. Everyone stood up and began going out and coming in. All through that interval, Kuragin stood with Dolohov in front of the footlights, staring at the Rostovs' box. Natasha knew he was talking about her, and that afforded her satisfaction. Before the beginning of the second act, she observed in the stalls the figure of Pierre, whom the Rostovs had not seen since their arrival. Anatole went up to him and began saying something to him with a look and a gesture towards the Rostovs' box. Pierre looked pleased at seeing Natasha, and walked hurriedly along the rows of stalls towards their box. While she was talking to Pierre, Natasha heard a man's voice speaking in Countess Besuhov's box, and something told her it was Kuragin. He looked her straight in the eyes, almost smiling, with a look of such warmth and admiration that it seemed strange to be so near him, to look at him like that, to be so certain that he admired her, and not to be acquainted with him. At the end of the second act, Countess Besuhov got up, turned towards the Rostovs' box. The whole of her bosom was completely exposed. With her gloved little finger beckoned the old Count to her, and taking no notice of the men who were thronging about her box, began talking to him with an amiable smile. "Oh, do make me acquainted with your charming daughters," she said. "All the town is singing their praises, and I don't know them." She asked that one of the young ladies might be allowed to sit through the rest of the performance in her box, that they might become better acquainted, and Natasha moved into it. There was a current of chill air in Helene's box. The door was opened, and Anatole walked in. "Allow me to introduce my brother," said Helene, her eyes shifting uneasily from Natasha to Anatole. Natasha turned her pretty little head towards the handsome adjutant and smiled over her bare shoulder. Anatole, who was as handsome on a closer view as he was from a distance, sat down beside her, and said he had long wished to have this pleasure. He talked boldly and simply, and Natasha was strangely and agreeably impressed by finding nothing formidable in this man, but on the contrary, seeing on his face the most innocent, merry, and simple-hearted smile. "You know, Countess," said he suddenly, addressing her as if she were an old friend, We're getting up a costume ball. You ought to take part in it. It'll be great fun. Please do come. Really now, eh?"
The curtain rose again. Anatole walked out of the box, serene and good-humoured. Natasha went back to her father's box, completely under the spell of the world in which she found herself. All previous thoughts of her betrothed, of her life in the country, did not once recur to her mind, as though all that belonged to the remote past. It was only on getting home that Natasha could form any clear idea of what had happened. All at once, remembering Prince Andrei, she was horrified. "My God, I am ruined. How could I sink to such a depth?" she said to herself. But again she went over her conversation with Kuragin and saw the face, the gestures, and the tender smile of that handsome, daring man. Anatole Kuragin was staying in Moscow because his father had sent him away from Petersburg, where he had been spending 20,000 a year in hard cash and running up bills for as much more. The father informed his son that for the last time he would pay half his debts, but only on condition he would go away to Moscow, where his father had, by much exertion, secured a post for him as adjutant to the commander-in-chief, and would finally try to make a good match there. Anatole consented and went to stay with Pierre. Pierre was at first by no means pleased to receive Anatole, but after a while he got used to his presence, sometimes accompanied him on his carousals, and by way of loans gave him money. There were rumours of several intrigues of his with Moscow ladies, and at balls he flirted with a few of them. But he fought shy of unmarried ladies, especially the wealthy heiresses, who were most of them plain. He had good reason for this, of which no one knew but his most intimate friends. He had been married for the last 2 years. While his regiment had been stationed in Poland, a Polish landowner, by no means well-to-do, had forced Anatole to marry his daughter. Anatole had very shortly afterwards abandoned his wife, and in consideration of a sum of money, which he agreed to send his father-in-law, he was allowed by the latter to pass as a bachelor unmolested. On Sunday morning after the opera, Maria Dmitrievna went to Mass at her parish church of Uspenia on Mogitse. After she had gone, a dressmaker waited upon the Rostovs, and Natasha, very glad of a diversion, went into a room adjoining the drawing-room and began trying on her new dresses. Just as she had put on a bodice, she caught the sound of her father's voice in the drawing-room in eager conversation with a woman's voice, which made her flush red. Before she had had time to take off the bodice, Countess Bezukhov walked into the room, wearing a dark heliotrope velvet gown with a high collar. She was beaming with a good-natured and friendly smile. "Oh, my enchantress," she said to the blushing Natasha. "Charming. No, this is really beyond anything, Count. How can you be in Moscow and go nowhere? This evening we have Mademoiselle Georges giving a recitation, and a few people are coming, and if you do not bring your lovely girls, I give up knowing you. You must come, you positively must, before 9 o'clock. As she was leaving, she drew her protégé aside. "My brother was dining with me yesterday. He won't eat and does nothing but sigh for you, my charmer. He is madly, madly in love with you, my dear." Natasha gazed at Hélène with wide-open, wondering eyes. On hearing of the visit of Countess Bezukhov and the invitation for the evening, Maria Dmitrievna said, "I don't care to associate with Countess Bezukhov, and I don't advise you to. But still, since you have promised, better go. It will divert your mind," she added, addressing Natasha. Count Rostov took his 2 girls to the Countess Bezukhov's. Anatole was at the door, unmistakably on the lookout for the Rostovs. At once greeting the Count, he went up to Natasha and followed her in. As soon as she saw him, the same feeling came upon her as at the theatre, the feeling of gratified vanity at his admiration of her, and terror at the absence of any moral barrier between them.
After several recitations in different styles, Mademoiselle Georges went away, and Countess Besuhoff invited all the company to the great hall. The Count would have taken his leave, but Hélène begged him not to spoil her improvised ball. Anatole asked Natasha for a waltz, and squeezing her waist and her hand, he told her she was bewitching and that he loved her.
"Don't say such things to me. I am betrothed, and I love another man," she articulated rapidly.
She glanced at him. Anatole was neither disconcerted nor mortified at what she had said. "Don't talk to me of that. What is that to me?" he said. "I tell you I'm mad with love for you. Is it my fault you are fascinating?" "Natasha," his voice whispered, and her hands were squeezed till it hurt. "Natasha."
"I don't understand. I have nothing to say," was the answer in her eyes.
When she got home, Natasha did not sleep all night. She was tortured by the insoluble question. Which did she love? Anatole or Prince Andrei? After dinner the next day, she went to her room. "Madam," whispered a maid, coming into the room with a mysterious air, "a man told me to give you this." Natasha, without thinking, broke the seal and began reading a love letter from Anatole. With trembling hands she held that passionate letter, composed for Anatole by Dolokhov, and as she read it, she found in it echoes of all that it seemed to her she was feeling herself. That evening Maria Dmitrievna was going to the Arokhovs and proposed taking the young ladies with her. Natasha pleaded a headache and stayed at home. On returning late in the evening, Sonia went into Natasha's room, and to her surprise found her still dressed and asleep on the sofa. On the table near her, Anatole's letter lay open. Sonia picked it up and read it. "Natasha," she said, hardly audibly. Natasha woke up, and noticing embarrassment in Sonia's face, she said, "Sonia, you have read the letter?" "Yes," said Sonia softly. Natasha smiled ecstatically. "No, Sonia, I can't help it," she said. "I can't keep it secret from you any longer. You know we love each other." "But, Prince Andrei," said Sonia, "you can't mean that all that is over. Are you breaking it off with him, then?" "I have told you. How is it you don't understand? I love him." "Then I can't let it go on like this. I shall tell about it," cried Sonia with a burst of tears. "What? For God's sake! If you tell, you are my enemy," said Natasha. "You want to make me miserable, and you want us to be separated." "But what has passed between you?" asked Sonia. "What has he said to you? Why doesn't he come to the house?" Natasha made no answer, and Sonia ran out of the room, sobbing. Natasha went to the table and wrote a letter to Princess Maria, explaining that she wanted to take advantage of her brother's generosity, who at parting a year ago had given her full liberty. She begged her to forget everything and forgive her, but she could not be his wife. It all seemed so easy, so simple and clear at that moment. The Rostovs were to return to the country on Friday, but on Wednesday the Count went with the intending purchaser to his estate near Moscow. On the day the Count left, Sonia and Natasha were invited to a big dinner party, and Maria Dmitrievna took them. At that dinner, Natasha and Anatole met again, and Sonia noticed that Natasha said something to him, trying not to be overheard, and was all through dinner more excited than ever. On the day before that fixed for the Count's return, Sonia noticed that Natasha sat all morning at the drawing-room window, as though expecting something, and that she made a sign to an officer who passed by, whom Sonia took to be Anatole. After tea, Sonia saw the maid timidly waiting for her to pass at Natasha's door. She let her go in, and listening at the door, found out that another letter had been given her. All at once it was clear to Sonia that Natasha had some dreadful plan for that evening. "She is going to run away with him," thought Sonia. "She is capable of anything. But one way or another, thought Sonia, standing in the dark corridor, the time has come for me to show that I am mindful of all the benefits I have received from this family. If I have to go 3 nights together without sleep, I won't leave this corridor, and I will prevent her passing by force and not let disgrace come upon their family.
Anatole had lately moved into Dolohov's quarters. The plan for the abduction of Natasha Rostov had been all planned out and prepared several days before by Dolokhov, and on the day when Sonia had listened at Natasha's door and resolved to protect her, that plan was to be put into execution. Natasha had promised to come out to Kuragin at the back entrance at 10 o'clock in the evening. He was to get her into a sledge and drive her off 60 miles from Moscow to Kamenka, where an unfrocked priest was ready to perform a marriage ceremony. At Kamenka, a relay of horses was to be ready in harness to take them as far as the Warsaw Road, and thence they were to travel abroad by means of post-horses. Anatole had a passport and 10,000 roubles borrowed from his sister, and 10,000 more raised with the help of Dolokhov. At the appointed hour, the sledge pulled up at the old equerries' crossing. Anatole and Dolokhov climbed down and walked along the pavement. On reaching the gates, Dolokhov whistled. The whistle was answered, and a maidservant ran out.
"Come into the courtyard, or you'll be seen. She's coming in a minute," she said.
Dolokhov stayed at the gate. Anatole followed the maid into the courtyard, turned a corner, and ran up the steps. He was met by Gavrilo, Maria Dmitrievna's huge groom. "Walk this way to the mistress," said the groom in his bass voice.
"What mistress? And who are you?" Anatole asked in a breathless whisper.
"Walk in. My orders are to show you in."
"Kuragin, back!" shouted Dolokhov. "Treachery, back!"
Dolokhov, at the little back gate where he had stopped, was struggling with the porter, who was trying to shut the gate after Anatole as he ran in. With a desperate effort, Dolokhov shoved away the porter and, clutching at Anatole, pulled him through the gate and ran back with him to the sledge. When Gavrilo came to announce to Maria Dmitrievna that the persons who had come had run away, she walked a long while up and down, pondering what she was to do. At midnight she walked towards Natasha's room, unlocked the door, and went in.
"Hateful, disgusting in my house, that nasty hussy," Maria Dmitrievna was thinking. "Hard as it may be, I will forbid anyone to speak of it, and will conceal it from the Count."
Natasha's body began to writhe with noiseless convulsive sobs which choked her.
"It's lucky for him that he escaped me, but I'll get hold of him," said Maria Dmitrievna in her coarse voice. "Do you hear what I say, eh?" She put her big hand under Natasha's face and turned it towards her. Natasha's eyes were now glittering and dry, her lips tightly compressed, her cheeks looked sunken. She did not sob any more, but she was taken with shivering fits and trembling. Maria Dmitrievna put a pillow under her head, laid 2 quilts over her, and brought her some lime-flower water. But Natasha made no response. "Well, let her sleep," she said to Sonia, who had come into the room to be with Natasha. All that night Natasha did not sleep and did not weep, and said not a word to Sonia, who got up several times and went into her. The Count saw clearly that something had happened in his absence, but he avoided inquiries and tried to assure himself that it was nothing out of the way, and only grieved that Natasha's indisposition would delay their return to the country. The next day Maria Dmitrievna wrote to Pierre and summoned him on a matter of great importance concerning Prince Andrei and his betrothed. Pierre had been avoiding Natasha. It seemed to him that he had for her a feeling stronger than a married man should have for a girl betrothed to his friend. At the meeting, Maria Dmitrievna told Pierre of all the events and urged Pierre to banish Anatole from Moscow, as Prince Andrei's arrival was imminent. Pierre agreed, and when he told Maria Dmitrievna of Anatole's previous marriage, she insisted that he tell Natasha. Natasha received the news in silence. She was incapable of speaking,
and made a sign with her hands for them to leave her alone. The next day Pierre drove back to Maria Dmitrievna's to report to her of the execution of her plans. The whole house was in excitement and alarm. Natasha was very ill, and had, after she had been told of Anatole's marriage, taken arsenic. Antidotes had been given in time, but she was still so weak that they could not dream of moving her to the country, and the Countess had been sent for. A few days after Anatole's departure, Pierre received a note from Prince Andrei to inform him that he had arrived and to beg him to go and see him. The first minute of his arrival in Moscow, he had been handed Natasha's note to Princess Maria, in which she broke off her engagement. Prince Andrei had arrived in the evening. Pierre came to see him the following morning. When Pierre arrived, Prince Andrei was discussing politics with the old count, and he recognized now in his friend that desire for excitement and discussion of something apart from himself, simply in order to stifle thoughts that were too painful and too near his heart. He returned to Pierre all Natasha's letters and her portrait with the request that Pierre should give them to her. "Tell Countess Rostov from me that she was and is perfectly free, and that I wish her all prosperity." On hearing of her illness, his only words were, "I am very sorry to hear of her illness," and he laughed a cold, malignant, unpleasant laugh like his father's. At dinner they talked of the coming war, of which there could be no doubt in the near future. That evening Pierre went to the Rostovs to fulfill Prince Andrei's commission. Natasha was looking pale and drawn. Till then he had in his heart blamed her and tried to despise her, but now he felt sorry for her. "He is here in Moscow now. Tell him to forgive me." She stopped short and breathed even more quickly, but she did not weep. Pierre was more than ever overwhelmed with pity, tenderness, and love. He felt the tears trickling under his spectacles, and hoped they would not be noticed. For the first time for many days, Natasha wept with tears of gratitude and softened feeling, and glancing at Pierre, she went out of the room. As Pierre drove home, the immense expanse of dark, starlit sky lay open before his eyes. Almost in the center of it, above the Preobrazhensky Boulevard, surrounded on all sides by stars, but distinguished from all by its nearness to the earth, its white light and long upturned tail, shone the huge, brilliant comet of 1812. The comet which betokened, it was said, all manner of horrors and the end of the world. But Pierre looked joyously at this bright comet. It seemed to him that it was in full harmony with what was in his softened and emboldened heart, that gained vigor to blossom into a new life. Towards the end of the year 1811, there had begun to be greater activity in levying troops and in concentrating the forces of Western Europe. And in 1812, these forces, millions of men, reckoning those engaged in the transport and the feeding of the army, moved from the west eastward towards the frontiers of Russia.
where, since 1811, the Russian forces were being in like manner concentrated. On the 12th of June, the forces of Western Europe crossed the frontier, and the war began. That is, an event took place opposed to human reason and all human nature. On the 29th of May, Napoleon had left Dresden, where he had been spending 3 weeks surrounded by a court that included princes, dukes, kings, and even one emperor. Although diplomats still firmly believed in the possibility of peace, and although the Emperor Napoleon with his own hand wrote a letter to the Russian Emperor calling him Monsieur mon frère and assuring him with sincerity that he had no desire of war and would always love and honor him, he set off to join the army, and at every station gave fresh commands, hastening the progress of his army from west to east. The Russian Emperor had meanwhile been spending more than a month in Vilna, holding reviews and inspecting maneuvers. Nothing was in readiness for war, which all were expecting, though it was to prepare for it that the Tsar had come from Petersburg. There was no general plan of action. After his interview with Pierre in Moscow, Prince Andrei went away to Petersburg, telling his family he had business there. In reality, his object was to meet Anatole Kuragin, but he found he was no longer there. Pierre had let his brother-in-law know that Prince Andrei was on his track, and Anatole had promptly obtained a commission and had gone to join the army in Moldavia. While in Petersburg, Prince Andrei met Kutuzov, his old general, who was always friendly to him, and Kutuzov proposed that he should accompany him to Moldavia, where the old general was being sent to take command of the army. Prince Andrei received an appointment on the staff of the commander and went to Turkey. He performed the duties on Kutuzov's staff with zeal and perseverance, surprising Kutuzov by his eagerness for work. And when he missed Kuragin in Turkey, Prince Andrei did not feel it necessary to gallop back to Russia in search of him. In 1812, when the news of the war with Napoleon reached Bucharest, Prince Andrei asked to be transferred to the Western Army. Kutuzov, who was by now sick of Bolkonsky's energy, was very ready to let him go, and gave him a commission for Barclay de Tolly. Prince Andrei reached the quarters of the army at the end of June. The First Army, which was accompanied by the Tsar, was stationed at a fortified camp at Drissa. The Second Army was retreating, striving to effect a junction with the First Army, from which, so it was said, it had been cut off by immense French forces. Prince Andrei found Barclay de Tolly on the bank of the Drissa. Since there was not one large village in the neighbourhood of the camp, the immense multitude of generals and courtiers accompanying the army were distributed about 10 versts around in the best houses on both sides of the river. Barclay de Tolly was staying 4 versts away from the Tsar. He gave Prince Andrew a dry and frigid reception, and said in his German accent that he would mention him to the Tsar, so that a definite appointment might be given him, and that meanwhile he begged him to remain on his staff. At dinner one day, Barclay informed Prince Andrei that His Majesty would be graciously pleased to see him in person, to ask him some questions about Turkey, and that he was to present himself at 6 o'clock in the evening. When Prince Andrei arrived, the Tsar had not yet arrived, and he waited on the porch. A little later, the Tsar arrived looking tired out, and mounting the steps, recognized Prince Andrei and addressed him graciously. "I am very glad to see you. Go in where they are meeting and wait for me." The Tsar passed into the study. He was followed by Prince Pyotr Mikhailovich and Baron Stein, and the study door closed. Taking advantage of the Tsar's permission to do so, Prince Andrei went into the drawing-room where the War Council had assembled. Maps were laid out on the table, and the various generals present began to discuss their various conflicting strategies for dealing with the French. The debate lasted a long while, and the longer it continued, the hotter it became, passing into clashes of personalities, and the less possible it was to draw any sort of general conclusion from what was uttered. The idea, which had long ago and often occurred to Prince Andrei during his period of active service,
that there could be no sort of military science, and that therefore there could not be such a thing as military genius, seemed to him now to be an absolutely obvious truth. It is only in the ranks that one can serve with perfect conviction. Next day at the review, the Tsar asked Prince Andrei where he desired to serve. Prince Andrei ruined his chances forever in the court world by asking to be sent to the front, instead of begging for a post in attendance on the Tsar. At the beginning of July, the rumours as to the progress of the war current in Moscow became more and more alarming, and there was talk of the Tsar's appeal to the people, and the Tsar himself was said to be coming from the army to Moscow. And as up to the 11th of July the manifesto and appeal to the people had not been received, the most exaggerated reports about the position of Russia were common. On Saturday, the 11th of July, the manifesto was received, but was not yet in print. Pierre, who happened to be at the Rostovs, promised to come next day and to bring the manifesto, which he could obtain from Count Rastopchin, with whom he was acquainted. On going to Count Rastopchin's in the morning, Pierre found there a special courier, who had only just arrived from the army.
"For mercy's sake, couldn't you relieve me of some of my burden?" said the courier. "I have a sack full of letters to parents."
Among these letters was a letter from Nikolai Rostov to his father. Pierre took that, and Count Rastopchin gave him a copy of the Tsar's appeal to Moscow, which had just been printed, and the last announcements in the army. Looking through the army announcements, Pierre found in one of them the name of Nikolai Rostov, rewarded with the Order of St. George of the 4th degree for distinguished bravery, and in the same announcement the appointment of Prince Andrei Bolkonsky to the command of a regiment of light cavalry. A few intimate friends were, as usual on Sundays, dining with the Rostovs. Pierre came early, hoping to find them alone. Pierre had that year grown so stout that he would have been grotesque, had he not been so tall, so broad-shouldered, and so powerfully built that he carried off his bulky proportions with evident ease. The first person he saw at the Rostovs was Natasha. She had her back turned to him as he opened the door, but when she turned sharply round and saw his broad, surprised face, she flushed and ran quickly up to him. "How glad I am you've come. I'm so happy today," she said. "You know, Nikolenka has got the St. George's Cross. I'm so proud of him." At that moment Petya, Natasha's younger brother, ran in. He was now a rosy lad of 15 with full red lips, rather like Natasha. He was being prepared for the university, but had resolved in secret, with his comrade Obolensky, to go into the hussars. Petya rushed up to Pierre to talk to him of this scheme. The boy pulled him by the arm to attract his attention. "Come, tell me about my plan, for mercy's sake," said Petya. "You're my only hope." "Oh, yes, your plan," answered Pierre. "To be an hussar. Today I'll tell the family all about it." A moment later Pierre was accosted by Count Rostov. "Well, my dear fellow, have you got the manifesto?" asked the old count. "Yes, I have got it," answered Pierre. "The Tsar will be here tomorrow. There's to be an extraordinary meeting of the nobility, and a levy, they say, of 10 per 1,000. At dinner they drank champagne to the health of the new Cavalier of St. George. "Well, Pierre, if they raise a general militia, you will have to mount a horse too, said the old count. Yes, for the war," he replied. "A fine soldier I should make. I don't know, I'm far from being military in my taste, but in these days no one can answer for himself." Meanwhile Petya, to whom no one was paying any attention, went up to his father and, very red, said in a voice that passed abruptly from gruffness to shrillness, "Well now, Papa, I tell you positively, and Mamma too, say what you will, I tell you, you must let me go into the army, and that's all about it." "I tell you it's nonsense," said Count Rostov. "The milk is hardly dry on his lips, and he wants to go into the army. Come, I tell you. Pierre, let us have a smoke." "No, I think I'll go home. Business," said Pierre hurriedly.
"Well, goodbye then," said the Count as he went out of the room.
"Why are you going away so soon? Why are you upset? Natasha asked Pierre.
Because I love you, he wanted to say, but he did not say it. He crimsoned till the tears came and dropped his eyes. He tried to laugh, but could not. He kissed her hand and went without a word. Pierre made up his mind not to visit the Rostovs again. Next day the Tsar arrived in Moscow, and Petya went to the Kremlin to catch a sight of him. He gazed up at the palace windows, expecting something to happen, and envying the grand personages who drove up to the entrance to dine with the Tsar, and the footmen waiting at table of whom he caught glimpses at the window. On getting home, Petya announced with decision and firmness that if they would not let him go into the army, he would run away. And next day, though Count Rostov had not quite yielded, he went to inquire if a commission could be obtained for Petya somewhere where there would be little danger. After many squabbles and negotiations among the generals, the Russian armies were at last united in Smolensk. While more disputes and intrigues were going on as the suitable spot for a battle, and while we were looking for the French and mistaking their line of advance, the French fell upon a division commanded by Nevyrovsky. In August, Prince Nikolai Andreevich Bolkonsky received a letter from his son, Prince Andrei. It consisted of a brief account of the whole campaign and of reflections on the probable course it would take in the future. In the letter, Prince Andrei pointed out to his father the inconvenience of his position so close to the theatre of war, and in the direct line of the enemy's advance, and advised him to move to Moscow.
"Ha, ha, ha! The field of operations, indeed," said the old prince. "I have always said that the field of operations is bound to be Poland, and the enemy will never advance beyond the Niemen."
The same evening, de Sales, the young prince's tutor, asked for a few words with Princess Maria, and told her that since the prince was taking no steps to secure his own safety, he respectfully advised her to write herself and send by the steward Alpatych a letter to the governor of Smolensk, to ask him to let her know the degree of danger they were running at Bleak Hills. Princess Maria eagerly agreed, and when he had received his orders, Alpatych put on his white beaver hat and, carrying a stick in his hand, went out, accompanied by all his household, to get into the leather gig harnessed to 3 sleek roan horses. On reaching Smolensk on the evening of the 4th of August, Alpatych put up where he had been in the habit of staying for the last 30 years, at a tavern kept by a former house-porter, Ferapontov. All night long, troops were moving along the street by the tavern, and from early morning firing could be heard from beyond the town. At 8 o'clock the boom of cannon mingled with the rattle of musketry. The streets were thronged with people, and everywhere he went, Alpatych heard talk of the war and of the enemy that was attacking the town. At the governor's, the waiting room was full of merchants, women and clerks, looking dumbly at one another. After a long wait, Alpatych was shown into the presence of the governor, who read the letter.
"My advice is to go to Moscow. I'm setting off myself immediately. Tell them—"
But at that moment a dusty and perspiring officer ran into the room and said something in French. A look of horror came into the governor's face.
"You can go,"
he said, nodding to Alpatych. Alpatych went out into the street. From different sides came the hiss and thud of cannonballs and the bursting of grenades as they fell in the town. All was confusion as fires began to break out all over the town, and carts loaded with families and their belongings jostled to leave. Alpatych joined a great crowd of people standing before a high corn granary in full blaze. The back wall had fallen in. The plank roof was breaking down and the beams were glowing. The crowd were evidently watching for the moment when the roof would fall in.
"Alpatych!" the old man suddenly heard a familiar voice calling to him.
"Mercy on us, Your Excellency," answered Alpatych, instantly recognizing the voice of his young master. Prince Andrei, wearing a cape, mounted on a black horse, was in the crowd and looking at Alpatych. "How did you come here?" he asked. The flames flared up at that instant, and Alpatych saw in the bright light his young master's pale and worn face. He told him how he had been sent to the town.
"What do you say? Is it all over with us?"
he asked. Prince Andrei made no reply, took out his notebook, and, raising his knee, scribbled in pencil on a leaf he had torn out. He wrote to his sister, "Smolensk has surrendered. Bleak Hills will be occupied by the enemy within a week. Set off at once for Moscow. Let me know at once when you start. Send a messenger to Uzvyazh. Tell them that I shall wait for an answer till the 10th, and if I don't receive news by then that they have gone away, I shall be obliged to throw up everything myself and go to Bleak Hills." "Ooh!" the crowd yelled as the ceiling of the granary fell in, and the smell of baked cakes rose from the burning wheat. "So tell them everything," said Prince Andrei, addressing Alpatych, and he put his spurs to his horse and rode down the road. On the 10th of August, the column of which Prince Andrei's regiment formed part reached the turning to Bleak Hills. 2 days before, he had received the news that his father, son, and sister had gone away to Moscow. But Princess Maria was not in Moscow and out of danger, as Prince Andrei supposed. After Alpatych returned from Smolensk, the old Prince Nikolai Andreevich gave orders for the militiamen to assemble out of the villages, and he wrote to the commander-in-chief, informing him of his intention to remain at Bleak Hills. However, he made arrangements for sending the princess with Dessalles and the little prince to Bogucharovo, and from there on to Moscow. Frightened at her father's feverish, sleepless energy, Princess Maria could not bring herself to leave him alone, and for the first time in her life she ventured to disobey him. She was relieved that he had not, as she had dreaded, ordered her to be forcibly removed, but had simply commanded her not to show herself. The old prince dressed himself in full uniform and prepared to make a call on the commander-in-chief. He walked out of the house to inspect the armed peasants and house serfs. Princess Maria sat watching from the window. Suddenly, several men came running up the avenue with panic-stricken faces. In the middle of the crowd of militiamen, several men were holding up and dragging along a little old man in a uniform and decorations. It was her father. Princess Maria ran towards him. On seeing her, he tried to move his powerless lips. It was impossible to understand what he meant. The doctor, who was brought over the same night, bled him and declared that the prince had had a stroke, paralyzing his right side. It was impossible to move him. For 3 weeks the old prince lay stricken with paralysis, getting neither better nor worse. He was unconscious. He lay like a deformed corpse, muttering incessantly, twitching his eyebrows and lips, and it was impossible to tell whether he understood his surroundings or not. To remain at Bogucharovo was becoming unsafe. 15 versts away, a house had been sacked by the French. The princess made up her mind to leave on the 15th. The preparations and giving instructions kept her busy the whole of the previous day. She woke up late the next morning, and listening at the door to her father's room, she caught the sound of his muttering and told herself there was no change. She went out into the garden, and by the pond at the bottom of the hill she sat down on the grass. She could not have said how long she was there. A woman's footsteps made her look round. She got up and saw Dunyasha, her maid. "Come, please, princess, the prince," said Dunyasha in a breaking voice. "No, he is not dead. It cannot be," Princess Maria said to herself. She went up to him, and struggling with the terror that came upon her, she pressed her lips to his cheek. Instantaneously, all the tenderness she had been feeling for him vanished. No, he is no more. Here in the place where he was is something unfamiliar and sinister. And hiding her face in her hands, Princess Maria sank into the arms of the doctor, who supported her. On the 17th of August, Nikolai Rostov rode out from Yankovo, 15 versts from Bogucharovo, which for the last 3 days had been between the two hostile armies, so that the Russian rearguard could reach the village as easily as the French vanguard.
and therefore Rostov was anxious to anticipate the French in securing any provisions that might be left there. Rostov got off his horse and, giving it to the orderly, walked with Alpatych to the house, questioning him about the state of affairs. As Rostov crossed the vestibule, he saw Princess Maria sitting helpless and distraught in the hall. Seeing his Russian face, she looked at him with her deep, luminous gaze and began speaking in a voice broken and trembling with emotion. Rostov at once conceived a romance in this meeting as he listened to her and looked at her. And what mildness, what nobility in her features and expression, he thought. She began all at once to cry. Within 2 hours the peasants were eagerly hurrying out and packing in their carts their owners' goods, and Dron, who had, at Princess Maria's instructions, been released from the lumber room where they had shut him up, was standing in the yard giving instructions to the men. Rostov, not wishing to force his acquaintanceship on the princess, did not go back to the house, but remained in the village waiting for her to drive out. When her carriage drove out, he escorted her as far as the road occupied by our troops, and then parted from her respectfully, for the first time permitting himself to kiss her hand. "How can you speak of it?" he said, blushing in response to her gratitude to him for saving her, as she called it. "I am only happy to have had the opportunity of making your acquaintance. Goodbye, Princess. I trust you may find happiness and consolation, and I hope I may meet you again in happier circumstances." And to think that he should come to Bogucharovo at that very moment, thought Princess Maria, and that his sister should have refused Andrei. And in all that, Princess Maria saw the hand of Providence. As the enemy drew nearer to Moscow, the attitude taken by its inhabitants in regard to their position did not become more serious, but on the contrary more frivolous, as is always the case with people who see a great danger approaching. To divert his mind one day, Pierre drove out to the village of Vorontsov to look at a great air balloon which was being constructed to use against the enemy. On his way home, Pierre drove through Bolotny Square, and seeing a crowd at Lobnoye Place, stopped and got out of his chaise. The crowd were watching the flogging of a French cook accused of being a spy. The flogging was just over, and the man who had administered it was untying from the whipping post a stout, red-whiskered man in blue stockings and a green tunic, who was groaning piteously. Another victim, a thin, pale man, was standing by. Both, to judge from their faces, were Frenchmen. With a face of sick dread like that of the thin Frenchman, Pierre pushed his way through the crowd. "What is it? Who are they? What for?" he kept asking. But the attention of the crowd, clerks, artisans, shopkeepers, peasants, was so intently riveted on what was taking place that no one answered. The stout man got up, shrugged his shoulders, frowning, and evidently trying to show fortitude, began putting on his tunic without looking about him. But all at once his lips quivered, and to his own rage he began to cry. At the sight of the tortured Frenchman and the crowd round the Lobnoye Place, Pierre decided that he could stay no longer in Moscow, and must that very day set off to join the army. On reaching home, Pierre told his head coachman that he was going to drive that night to Mozhaysk, to the army, and gave orders for his saddle horses to be sent there. Changing horses in the night, Pierre learned that a great battle had been fought that evening. On the morning of the 25th, Pierre drove out of Mozhaysk. On the slope of an immense, steep and winding hill leading out of the town, Pierre got out of the carriage and walked by a cathedral on the right of the hill, where a service was being performed. A cavalry regiment followed him down the hill. A train of carts came up the hill towards them, filled with wounded from the previous day's engagement. The carts, in which 3 or 4 wounded were lying and sitting, jolted up and down on the stones that had been thrown on the steep ascent to mend the road. The wounded men, pale and bandaged, with compressed lips and knitted brows, clung to the sides as they were shaken and jolted in the carts. Almost all of them stared with naive and childlike curiosity at Pierre's white hat and green coat.
Pierre walked downhill and then drove on further. After driving 4 versts, he met an acquaintance and greeted him joyfully. He was the doctor, one of the heads of the medical staff. "Where is the position exactly?" said Pierre. "The position?" said the doctor. "Well, that's not in my line. Drive on to Tatarinovo. There's a great deal of digging going on there. You'll come out on a mound. From there you get a view. You know, Count, there's to be a battle tomorrow with 100,000 troops. We must reckon on 20,000 wounded at least. And we haven't the stretchers, nor beds, nor attendants, nor doctors for 6,000. Pierre pushed on to Gorky, where he saw for the first time the peasants of the militia in white shirts and crosses on their caps. He clambered up the knoll from which the doctor had told him he could get a view of the battle. "I must ask someone who understands it," he thought, and he addressed the officer, who was looking with curiosity at his huge, unmilitary figure. "Burdino, isn't it called?" said the officer, turning to his comrade. "Borodino," the other corrected. "Are those our men there?" asked Pierre. "Yes, and further away, those are the French," said the officer. "You can see them with the naked eye. Look." The officer pointed to smoke rising on the left beyond the river, and the same stern and grave expression came into his face that Pierre had noticed in many of the faces he had met. Pierre left and made for the village. Kutuzov had meanwhile also reached the village, and was sitting down in the shade of the nearest house. An immense retinue of magnificent officers surrounded him. Kutuzov noticed Pierre's figure. "Call him to me," said Kutuzov. An adjutant communicated His Highness's desire, and Pierre went towards the bench. But a militiaman approached Kutuzov before him. It was Dolohov. "How does that man come to be here?" asked Pierre. "Oh, he's such a sly dog. He pokes himself in everywhere," was the answer he received. "He's been degraded to the ranks, you know, but he's a plucky fellow." Dolohov approached Pierre and took his hand. "I am very glad to meet you here, Count," he said aloud, disregarding the presence of outsiders, and speaking with a marked determination and gravity. "On the eve of a day which God knows who among us will be destined to survive, I'm glad to have the chance of telling you that I regret the misunderstandings that have been between us in the past, and I should be glad to think you had nothing against me. I beg you to forgive me." Pierre looked with a smile at Dolohov, not knowing what to say to him. With tears starting into his eyes, Dolohov embraced and kissed him. From Gorky they went down the high road to the bridge, where by the riverside lay rows of sweet-scented new-mown hay. They crossed the bridge to the village of Borodino, then turned left, and passing immense numbers of men and cannons, came out onto the high knoll on which militiamen were at work excavating. Prince Andrei was, on that bright August evening, lying propped up on his elbow in a broken-down barn in the village of Knyazkovo. He had received and given all orders for the next day's battle. He knew that it would be the most awful of all he had taken part in. He heard a voice behind the barn. "Que diable!" said the voice of someone stumbling over something. Prince Andrei, peeping out of the barn, saw Pierre, who had just stumbled over a post lying on the ground. "Well," he cried, "what fate has brought you?" "I have come, you know, simply, I have come... It's interesting," said Pierre, who had many times already that day repeated the word interesting without meaning it. "I wanted to see the battle." Yes, but your Mason brethren, what do they say of war?" said Prince Andrei sarcastically. "Well, tell me about Moscow. And my people. Have they reached Moscow yet?" "Yes," replied Pierre. "I went to call, but missed them. They had started for your Moscow estate." "So,
You understand the whole disposition of the troops? Prince Andrei asked.
Yes, at least, how do you mean? Said Pierre. As I'm not a military man, I can't say I do fully, but still I understand the general arrangement.
Well then, you know more than anybody else, said Prince Andrei.
Oh, said Pierre incredulously, looking over his spectacles. But, you know, they say that war is like a game of chess.
Yes, said Prince Andrei, only with this little difference, that in chess you may think over each move as long as you please, and that a knight is always stronger than a pawn, and two pawns are always stronger than one. While in war, a battalion is sometimes stronger than a division, and sometimes weaker than a company. No one can ever be certain of the relative strengths of armies. Believe me, he said, if anything did depend on the arrangements made by the staff, I would be there, and helping to make them. But instead of that, I have the honour of serving here in this regiment, and I consider that the day really depends upon us tomorrow, and not on them. Success has never depended, and never will depend, on position, on arms, nor even on numbers. It depends on the feeling that is in me, and in every soldier.
So you think the battle tomorrow will be a victory? Said Pierre.
Yes, said Prince Andrei absently. There's one thing I would do if I were in power. I wouldn't take prisoners. That change alone would transform the whole aspect of war, and would make it less cruel. But playing at war, that's what's vile. And playing at magnanimity and all the rest of it. It's like the lady who turns sick at the sight of a slaughtered calf, but eats fricasseed veal with a very good appetite. They talk of the laws of warfare, of chivalry, of flags of truce, and humanity to the wounded. That's all rubbish. No prisoners. And go to give and to meet death. Anyone who has come to think of this as I have through the same sufferings. Prince Andrei, who thought he did not care whether the French took Moscow as they had taken Smolensk, was suddenly pulled up in his speech by a nervous catch in his throat. He walked to and fro several times in silence, but his eyes blazed with feverish brilliance, and his lip quivered as he began to speak again. If there were none of this playing at generosity in warfare, we should never go to war, except for something worth facing death for, as now. But you're getting sleepy. And it's time I was in bed too. You must be off. Before a battle, one needs to get a good night's sleep. He went quickly up to Pierre, embraced and kissed him. "Goodbye, be off," he cried. "Whether we see each other again or not." And turning hurriedly, he went off to his bed in the barn. It was already dark, and Pierre could not distinguish whether the expression of his face was exasperated or affectionate. On the 25th of August, on the eve of the Battle of Borodino, the prefect of the French Emperor's palace, Monsieur de Beausset, and Colonel Fabvier, the former from Paris, the latter from Madrid, arrived at Napoleon's encampment at Vallouev. After changing into court uniform, Monsieur de Beausset ordered the package he had brought for the Emperor to be carried before him, and walked into the first compartment of Napoleon's tent, where he busied himself, while conversing with the aide-de-camp, in unpacking the box. The Emperor had not yet left his bedroom. He was finishing his toilet. "Let de Beausset come in, and Fabvier too," he said to the adjutant, nodding. The two valets rapidly dressed His Majesty, and in the blue uniform of the guards he walked into the reception-room with firm, rapid steps. De Beausset, meanwhile, was in great haste, setting up the present he had brought from the Empress on 2 chairs just before the Emperor as he entered. But the Emperor had been so unaccountably rapid over getting dressed and coming in that he had not time to have the surprise ready for him. "Ah, what's this?"
said Napoleon, in fake surprise. De Beausset, with his courtier-like agility, retired 2 steps with a half-turn, not showing his back, and at the same time twitched off the covering, saying, "A present to your Majesty from the Empress." It was a portrait painted in brilliant colours by Gérard, of the child of Napoleon and the daughter of the Austrian Emperor. Napoleon felt that what he might say or do at that moment would be historic, and it struck him that the best line he could take at that moment, at the height of his grandeur, would be to display the simplest fatherly tenderness. His eyes were veiled by emotion. He moved up, looked round for a chair, and sat down, facing the portrait. After a while he gave orders for the portrait to be carried out in front of his tent, so that the old guard, standing about his tent, might not be deprived of seeing the son and heir of their adored emperor. After breakfast he dictated his proclamation to the army. It was as follows: "Soldiers, this is the battle you have so greatly desired. Victory is in our hands. It is essential for us. It will give us everything we need, comfortable quarters and a speedy return to our own country. May posterity recall with pride your achievement on this day, and may they say of each of you, 'He was at the great battle before Moscow.'" Then, pointing to the portrait, he said, "Take him away. It is too early yet for him to look upon the field of battle." After giving these and other commands, he went back to his quarters, and the disposition of the troops was written down from his dictation. He then rode with his suite to the Sheardino redoubt and dismounted. The game had begun. Pierre, on returning from seeing Prince Andrei, gave directions to have horses ready and to call him early next morning. When Pierre awoke, there was no one in the hut. The panes were rattling in the little windows, and the postilion was at his side, shaking him. Has it begun?" said Pierre, waking up. "Listen to the firing. All the gentlemen are gone already." Pierre dressed in haste and ran to the porch. It was a bright, fresh, dewy morning. An adjutant galloped down the street. "It's time, Count! It's time!" he cried. Pierre followed him to the knoll, and saw Kutuzov looking through a field-glass along the high road before him. Mounting the steps of the approach to the mound, Pierre saw the same scene that he had admired the day before, but now the whole panorama was filled with troops and the smoke of guns. Pierre longed to be there in the midst of the smoke, the glittering bayonets, the movement and the noise. "Go, my dear fellow," said Kutuzov to the general at his side, "and Christ be with you." The general who received the order ran past Pierre and mounted his horse. "And I too, thought Pierre, and choosing a horse which seemed the quietest, he mounted and galloped after the general. He soon lost sight of the general and galloped into the middle of a battalion of infantry marching ahead of him. They all looked with the same expression of annoyed inquiry at the stout man in a white hat, who was, for some unknown reason, trampling them under his horse's feet. Pierre made his way to the battery, where he tried not to get in the way of the soldiers who were loading and discharging the cannons, and were continually running by him with bags and ammunition. The soldiers soon accepted Pierre as one of their little circle, made him one of themselves, and gave him a name, Our Gentleman, and laughed about him among themselves. By 10 o'clock some 20 men had been carried away from the battery, and 2 cannons had been disabled. The storm cloud was swooping closer. Pierre was standing by the senior officer. A little boy officer ran up. "I have the honor to inform you, Colonel, only 8 charges are left." Suddenly the boy officer groaned, and whirling round sat down on the ground, like a bird shot in the wing. A cannonball struck the very edge of the earthwork where Pierre was sitting, and sent the earth flying. The sergeant ran up to the officer, and in a frightened whisper said there were no more charges. "Run to the reserves! Bring the ammunition boxes!" he shouted angrily. "I'll go," said Pierre. Just as he ran up to the green ammunition boxes, a fearful shock sent him flying backwards on the ground, At the same instant, a flash of flame dazed his eyes, and a roar and a crash set his ears ringing. The ammunition box, near which he had been, had gone. There were only a few charred green boards and rags lying scattered about on the scorched grass. A horse lay like Pierre on the ground, uttering a prolonged, piercing scream. Pierre ran back to the mound. He noticed that no firing was coming from the battery. The senior officer was lying on his back, as though gazing intently at something, and just as he reached the redoubt, a thin man with a yellow, perspiring face in a blue uniform ran up to him with a sword in his hand. Pierre put out his hands instinctively to defend himself and clutched the man. The French officer dropped his sword and seized Pierre by the collar. For several seconds both gazed at each other with frightened eyes. "Am I taken prisoner, or am I taking him prisoner?" Each of them was wondering. The Frenchman tried to speak, when suddenly a cannonball flew close over their heads. Both ducked, and Pierre let go with his hands. The Frenchman ran back to the battery, while Pierre dashed downhill, stumbling over the dead and wounded, who seemed to be clutching at his feet. Prince Andrei's regiment was in the reserves, which were until 2 o'clock stationed behind Semyonovskoye in complete inaction under hot artillery fire. They then moved forward to the trampled oat field on which thousands of men were killed that day, and on which, at about 2 o'clock, was directed the concentrated fire of several hundreds of the enemy's cannon. With every fresh stroke, the chances of life grew less and less for those who were not yet killed. Prince Andrei, pale and haggard like everyone else, walked to and fro in the meadow next to the oat field. There was no need for him to give orders. The killed were dragged behind the line, the wounded were removed, and the ranks closed up. "Look out!" rang a frightened cry from a soldier, and like a bird with swift whirring wings alighting on the earth, a grenade dropped with a dull thud a couple of paces from Prince Andrei. The shell was smoking and rotating like a top. He stood in uncertainty. Can this be death? He wondered. Simultaneously there was a tearing, crashing sound like the smash of broken crockery, a puff of stifling fumes, and Prince Andrei was sent spinning over and, flinging up one arm, fell on his face. Several officers ran up to him. A great stain of blood was spreading over the grass from the right side of his stomach. The militiamen ran up, lifted him by the shoulders, and laid him on the stretcher. He moaned piteously. Prince Andrei, as a colonel, was carried past the crowd of wounded waiting to be treated and laid on a table in the ambulance tent. Everything he saw around him melted into a single general impression of naked, blood-stained human flesh. The excruciating pain inside his stomach made Prince Andrei lose consciousness. When he came to, the broken splinters of his thigh bone had been removed, the bits of ragged flesh had been cut off, and the wound bound up. Water was sprinkled on his face, and as soon as he opened his eyes, the doctor bent over him, kissed him on the lips without speaking, and hurried away. The doctors were busily engaged with a wounded man whose head seemed somehow familiar to him. "Show it to me. Oh!" He could hear his frightened moans broken by sobs. They showed the wounded man the leg that they had just amputated. It was wearing a boot and covered with dry gore. In the miserable, abject creature whose leg had just been cut off, Prince Andrei recognized Anatole Kuragin. He remembered now the bond that existed between him and this man, who was looking vaguely at him through the tears that filled his swollen eyes. He remembered everything, and a passionate pity and love for that suffering man filled his happy heart. Anyone looking at the disorder in the rear of the Russian army would have said that the French had but to make one slight effort more, and the Russian army would have been annihilated. And anyone seeing the rear of the French army would have said that the Russians need but make a slight effort more, and the French would be overthrown. But neither French nor Russians made that effort, and the flame of the battle burnt slowly out. But after that check, the French army was still able to drag on to Moscow. In Moscow, the people awaited the coming of the enemy without disturbance, but calmly awaited their fate, feeling in themselves the power to find out what they must do in the moment of difficulty. As soon as the enemy came near, The wealthier elements of the population went away, leaving their property behind. The poorer remained, and burnt and destroyed all that was left. Hélène, Pierre's wife, had accompanied the court on its return from Vilna to Petersburg, and there found herself in a difficult position. In Petersburg she had enjoyed the special patronage of a great personage who occupied one of the highest positions in the government. In Vilna she had formed a liaison with a young foreign prince. When she returned to Petersburg, the prince and the great dignitary were both there. Both claimed their rights, and Hélène was confronted with a problem: the preservation of the closest relations with both, without giving offence to either. One day the foreign prince begged Hélène to marry him. She declared that there was nothing to prevent her marrying, that there were precedents. There were but few at that time, but Hélène quoted the case of Napoleon and other persons of exalted rank, that she had never been a real wife to her husband, that she had been dragged an unwilling victim into the marriage. The prince was astonished that so simple a reflection had never occurred to him, and applied to the Council of the Brotherhood of the Society of Jesus, with which he was in close relations. At one of the fascinating fêtes Hélène used to give at her summer villa, a certain Monsieur Joubert was presented to her, a man no longer young, with snow-white hair and brilliant black eyes, un Jésuite à robe courte. A dance to which her partner fetched Hélène away cut short her conversation with the future director of her conscience, but from that day he was a frequent visitor. One day he took Hélène into a Catholic church, where she fell on her knees at the altar. Monsieur Joubert laid his hands on her head, and as she herself later described it, she felt something like a breath of fresh air, which seemed wafted into her soul. Several days later, Hélène learned to her satisfaction that she had now been admitted to the true Catholic Church, and in a few days the Pope himself would hear of her case and send her a document of some sort. Had the slightest traces of hesitation, shame, or reserve been perceptible in Hélène herself, her case would undoubtedly have been lost. But far from it. With perfect directness, she told her intimate friends, and that term included all Petersburg, that both the prince and the dignitary had made her proposals of marriage, and that she loved them both and was afraid of grieving either. At the beginning of August, Hélène's affairs were settled, and she wrote to her husband a letter in which she made known to him her intention of marrying the prince. She informed him of her conversion to the one true faith, and begged him to go through all the necessary formalities for obtaining a divorce, of which the bearer of the letter would give him further details. This letter was brought to Pierre's house at the time when he was on the field of Borodino. On the 30th, Pierre returned to Moscow. By the time he reached home, it was getting dark. 8 persons of different kinds were waiting on him that evening: a secretary of the committee, the colonel of his battalion of militia, his steward, his bailiff, and others with petitions. He had no understanding of their questions, nor interest in them, and answered them with the sole object of getting rid of these people. At last he was left alone, and he broke open and read his wife's letter. The soldiers on the battery. Prince Andrei killed. Simplicity is submission to God's will. The significance of the whole. One must harness all together. My wife is going to be married. One must forget and understand. And without undressing, he threw himself on his bed and at once fell asleep. The next day, a dozen different people were waiting to see him. He dressed in haste, and instead of going down to see them, he ran down the back staircase and out by the back entry to the gates. From that moment till the occupation of Moscow was over, no one of Besuhov's household saw him again. The Rostovs remained in Moscow till the 1st of September, the day before the enemy entered the city. After Petya had succeeded in joining Obolensky's regiment, the Countess fell into a panic of terror. The Count, with his characteristic carelessness, had by the 28th of August made no preparations for leaving, and the wagons that were to come from their Moscow and Ryazan estate to remove all their property out of the house only arrived on the 30th. From the 28th to the 31st, Moscow was all bustle and movement. Every day, thousands of wounded from the field of Borodino were brought in at the Dorogomilov gate and conveyed across Moscow, and thousands of vehicles full of residents and their belongings were driving out at the gates on the opposite side of the city. The Countess superintended the sorting out of things to be packed, but Sonia was the only person who really understood the practical business of getting things done. On Saturday, the 31st of August, the whole household of the Rostovs was turned upside down. All the doors stood open, all the furniture had been moved about or carried out, looking-glasses and pictures had been taken down. The rooms were littered up with boxes with hay and packing paper and cord. The Count had been out since early morning. The Countess had a headache from the noise and bustle, and was lying down with compresses steeped in vinegar on her head. Sonia was in the great hall superintending the packing of the china and glass. Natasha was sitting on the floor in her dismantled room among heaps of dresses, ribbons, and scarves. From the reverie she had fallen into, Natasha was aroused by the talk of the maids in the next room and their hurried footsteps from their room to the back stairs. Natasha got up and looked out of the window. A huge train of carts full of wounded men had stopped in the street. The maids, footman, housekeeper, the old nurse, the cooks, coachman, and scullion boys were all at the gates, staring at the wounded men. Natasha flung a white pocket handkerchief over her hair, and holding the corners in both hands, went out into the street. The old housekeeper, Mavra Kuzminishna, had gone up to a cart and was talking to a pale young officer who was lying in it.
"So you have no one, then, in Moscow?" Mavra Kuzminishna was saying. "You'd be more comfortable in some apartment, in our house even. The masters are all leaving."
"I don't know if it would be allowed," said the officer in a feeble voice. "There's our chief officer. Ask him." And he pointed to a stout major who had turned back and was walking along the row of carts down the street. Natasha glanced with frightened eyes into the eyes of the wounded officer, and at once went to meet the major. "May the wounded men stay in our house?" she asked. The major, with a smile, put his hand to his cap. "Oh, yes, why not? They may," he said. Natasha gave a slight nod, and went back with rapid steps to Mavra Kuzminishna, who was still talking with commiserating sympathy to the young officer.
"They may. He said they might," whispered Natasha.
The officer in the cart turned into the Rostovs' courtyard, and dozens of carts of wounded men began to drive up to the entries of the houses in Povarsky Street. Natasha was evidently delighted at having to do with new people in conditions quite outside the ordinary routine of life. She joined Mavra Kuzminishna in trying to get as many carts as possible driven into their yard. With all these diversions, even late at night, all was not ready for the Rostovs' departure. The Countess had fallen asleep, and the Count put off their departure till morning and went to bed. Sonia and Natasha slept in the divan room without undressing. That night, another wounded officer was driven along Povarsky Street, and Mavra Kuzminishna, who was standing at the gate, had brought him into the Rostovs' yard. The wounded officer must, Mavra Kuzminishna thought, be a man of very great consequence. He was in a coach with a hood let down, and a carriage apron completely covering it. An old man, a most respectable-looking valet, was sitting on the box with the driver. A doctor and 2 soldiers followed the carriage in another conveyance.
"Come into our house, come in. The masters are going away. The whole house is empty," said the old woman, addressing the old servant.
"Well," answered the valet, sighing, "and indeed we have no hope of getting him home alive. We have a house of our own in Moscow, but it's a long way further, and there's no one living in it either."
"Pray come in. Our masters have plenty of everything, and you are welcome," said Mavra Kuzminishna. "Is the gentleman very bad, then?" she asked.
"There's no hope. I must ask the doctor." and the valet got down and went to the vehicle behind. "Very good," said the doctor. The valet went up to the coach again and peeped into it, shook his head, told the coachman to turn into the yard, and stood still beside Mavra Kuzminishna. "Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy," she murmured, and suggested the wounded man be carried into the house. "The masters won't say anything," said she. But they had to avoid lifting him up the steps, so they carried him to the lodge. This wounded officer was Prince Andrei Bolkonsky. The last day of Moscow had come. It was a bright, clear autumn day. It was Sunday. The bells were ringing for service in all the churches, just as on all other Sundays. No one seemed yet able to grasp what was awaiting. On waking up that morning, Count Rostov slipped quietly out of his bedroom so as not to wake his wife, who had been awake all night, and in his lilac silk dressing gown he came out onto the steps. The loaded wagons were standing in the courtyard. The butler was standing in the entrance talking with an old orderly and a pale young officer with his arm in a sling. The officer came closer to the Count. His face suddenly flushed crimson. "Count, do me a great favour. Allow me, for God's sake, to get into one of your wagons. I have nothing here with me. I can go quite well with the luggage." Before the officer finished speaking, the orderly came up to make the same request for his master. "Oh, yes, said the Count hurriedly. "I shall be very glad indeed. Vasilievich, you see to it. You have a wagon or two cleared. Well, what's needed?" The Count murmured some vague orders, but the glowing look of gratitude on the officer's face instantly put the seal on the order. The Count looked about him. Everywhere, in the yard, at the gates, at the windows of the lodge, he saw wounded men and orderlies. They were all gazing at him and moving up towards the steps. "Will you please walk into the gallery, Your Excellency? What are your orders about the pictures there?" said the butler. And the Count went into the house with him, giving the order that they were not to refuse the wounded men who begged to go with them. The wounded soldiers came creeping out of their rooms and crowded round the wagons with delighted faces. The news spread to the neighbouring houses, and wounded men began to come into the yard from other houses too. Many of the wounded soldiers begged them not to take out the boxes, but only to let them sit on top of them. The wagon packed with the ladies' wardrobe was unloaded and sent to fetch wounded men from 2 doors away. All the family and the servants too were eager and merry. Natasha was in a state of ecstatic happiness, such as she had not known for a very long while. Sonia, too, worked with unflagging zeal, but the aim of her exertions was the opposite of Natasha's. She saw to the storing away of all that was left behind, made lists of them at the Countess's desire, and tried to get as much as possible taken with them. The coach in which Prince Andrei was being taken drove by the front door and attracted the attention of Sonia, who was helping a maid to arrange the Countess's seat comfortably in her huge high carriage. "Whose coach is that?" asked Sonia, popping her head out of the carriage window. "Why, haven't you heard, miss?" answered the maid. "The wounded prince. He stayed the night in the house, and is going on with us." "Oh? Who is he? What's his name?" "Our betrothed that was. Prince Bolkonsky himself," answered the maid, sighing. "They say he's dying." Sonia jumped out of the carriage and ran into the Countess. "Mamma," said Sonia, "Prince Andrei is here. He's wounded and dying. He's going with us." The Countess opened her eyes in dismay and, clutching Sonia's arm, looked about her. "Natasha," she said. Both to Sonia and the Countess, this news had for the first moment but one significance. They knew their Natasha, and alarm at the thought of the effect the news might have on her outweighed all sympathy for the man. though they both liked him.
"Natasha does not know yet, but he's going with us," said Sonia. "You say he's dying?"
Sonia nodded. The Countess embraced Sonia and burst into tears.
"Well, Mamma, it's all ready. What is it?" asked Natasha, running with her eager face into the room. "Nothing," said the Countess. "If we're ready, then do let us start."
And the Countess bent over her reticule to hide her agitated face. Sonia embraced Natasha and kissed her. As is invariably the case at starting on a journey, a great many things are found to have been forgotten or packed in the wrong place, and 2 grooms were kept a long while standing, one each side of the open carriage door, ready to help the Countess up the carriage steps, while maids were flying with pillows and bags from the house to the carriages, to the coach and the covered gig and back again. Natasha had rarely felt such a joyful sensation as she experienced at that moment, sitting in the carriage by the Countess and watching, as they slowly moved by her, the walls of forsaken, agitated Moscow. Now and then she put her head out of the carriage window and looked back, and then in front at the long train of wagons full of wounded soldiers preceding them. Foremost of them all, she could see Prince Andrei's closed carriage. She did not know who was in it, and every time she took stock of the procession of wagons, she looked out for that coach. On the night of the 1st of September, Kutuzov's order to fall back across Moscow to the Ryazan road was issued. The first troops moved that night, marching deliberately and in steady order. But at dawn, the retreating troops, on reaching the Dorogomilov bridge, saw before them, crowding on the other side and hurrying over the bridge and blocking the streets and alleys on the same side, immense masses of soldiers. The troops were overtaken by causeless panic and haste. There was a general rush forward towards the bridge, to the fords and to the boats. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the 2nd of September, the only troops left in the Dorogomilov suburbs were the regiments of the rear guard, and the crush was over. The army was already on the further side of Moscow, and out of the town altogether. At the same time, Napoleon was standing in the midst of his troops on Poklony Hill, gazing at the spectacle that lay before him. From the day of Borodino to the entrance to Moscow 1 week later, there had been that extraordinarily beautiful autumn weather, when though the sun is low in the sky, it shines more warmly than in spring, when everything is glistening in the pure limpid air. From Poklony Hill, Moscow lay stretched wide below, with her river, her gardens, and her churches, and seemed to be living a life of her own, her cupolas twinkling like stars in the sunlight. At the sight of the strange town, with its new forms of unfamiliar architecture, Napoleon felt something of that envious and uneasy curiosity that men feel at the sight of the aspects of a strange life, knowing nothing of them. Every Russian gazing at Moscow feels she is the mother. Every foreigner gazing at her, and ignorant of her significance as the mother city, must be aware of the feminine character of the town. And Napoleon felt it. One word of mine, one wave of my arm, and the ancient capital of the Tsar is no more, he thought. But my clemency is ever prompt to stoop to the vanquished. I must be magnanimous and truly great. From the heights of the Kremlin I will dictate to them the laws of justice. I will teach them the meaning of true civilization. I will tell the deputation that I have not sought and do not seek war, that I have been waging war only with the deceitful policy of their court, that I love and respect Alexander, and that in Moscow I will accept terms of peace worthy of myself and my peoples. "Let the Russian deputation be brought to me," he said, addressing his suite. A general galloped off at once to fetch them. Meanwhile, A whispered and agitated consultation was being held among his generals and marshals in the rear of the suite. The adjutant sent to bring the deputation had come back with the news that Moscow was empty, that everyone had left or was leaving the city. It was not that Moscow was empty that alarmed them. They were alarmed at the idea of making the fact known to the emperor. They could not see how, without putting His Majesty into the terrible position called by the French ridicule, they could tell him that he had been waiting for the deputation in vain, and that there was a drunken mob, but no one else in Moscow. The position was the more difficult as the emperor, pondering on his magnanimous plans, was walking patiently up and down before the map of the city, shading his eyes to look from time to time along the road to Moscow with a proud and happy smile. Meanwhile, the emperor, weary of waiting in vain, and with his actor's instinct that the great moment being too long deferred was beginning to lose its grandeur, made a sign with his hand. A solitary cannon shot gave the signal, and the invading army marched into Moscow. The town itself, meanwhile, was deserted. There was scarcely a creature in the streets. The gates and shops were all closed. Here and there near pothouses could be heard solitary shouts or drunken singing. No one was driving in the streets, and footsteps were rarely heard. Povarsky Street was perfectly still and deserted. In the immense courtyard of the Rostovs' house, a few wisps of straw were lying about, litter out of the wagons that had gone away, and not a man was to be seen. Tattered, hungry, and exhausted as they were, and diminished to 1/3 of their original numbers, the French soldiers entered Moscow in good order. But they were only an army until the soldiers dispersed all over the town. As soon as they dispersed among the wealthy, deserted houses, the army was lost forever, and in its place was a multitude of men, neither citizens nor soldiers, but something nondescript between, known as marauders. When 5 weeks later these same men set out from Moscow, they no longer made up an army, and Moscow absorbed them further and further into herself. Just as when water flows over dry land, water and dry land alike disappear and are lost in the mud, so when the hungry army entered the wealthy deserted city, the army and the wealth both perished, and fires and marauding bands sprang up where they had been. From the time of his disappearance 2 days before, Pierre had been living in the abode of his dead benefactor, Osip Bazdiev. Apart from the cook, Gerasim, Osip Bazdiev's old valet, and Makar Alexeyevich, his half-mad brother who was besotted by drink, the house was empty, and Pierre was left undisturbed. After 2 days spent in solitude, he was in a condition approaching madness. He was in search of a refuge, and he certainly found it in Osip Bazdiev's study. When, in the death-like stillness of the study, he sat with his elbows on the dusty writing table of his deceased friend, there passed through his mind impressions of the last few days, especially the Battle of Borodino, and of that overwhelming sense of his own pettiness and falsity, in comparison with the truth and simplicity and force of that class of men who were mentally referred to by him as they. Next day, with the simple aim of not sparing himself, and not doing less than they would do, he had gone out to the Three Hills barrier. But when he came back, convinced that Moscow would not be defended, he suddenly felt that what had only occurred to him before as a possibility had now become something necessary and inevitable. He must remain in Moscow, concealing his name, must meet Napoleon and kill him, so as either to perish or to put an end to the misery of all Europe, which was in Pierre's opinion entirely due to Napoleon alone. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. The French had already entered Moscow. Pierre knew this, but instead of acting, he only brooded over his enterprise, going over all the minutest details of it.
Suddenly a sound, a shrill feminine shriek was heard from the porch, and the cook ran into the vestibule. "They, merciful heavens, my goodness, here they are, 4 of them horsemen," she screamed. In the hush that followed, Pierre distinctly heard several hands knocking at the door. There were 2 of them. One, an officer, a tall, handsome man of gallant bearing. The other, obviously a soldier or officer's servant, a squat, thin, sunburnt man with hollow cheeks and a dull expression. After advancing a few steps, the officer, apparently making up his mind that these would be good quarters, stopped, turned around, and shouted in a loud peremptory voice to the soldiers standing in the doorway to put up the horses. Having done this, he crooked his elbow high in the air, stroked his moustaches, and put his hand to his hat. "Bonjour, la compagnie," he said gaily, smiling and looking about him. No one made any reply. Gerasim then appeared. "Master not here. No, understand me, you," he said, trying to make his words more comprehensible by saying them in reverse order. Pierre was about to retreat, to conceal himself, but at that very second he caught sight of the drunken Makar Alexeyevich peeping out of the open kitchen door with a pistol in his hand. He eyed the Frenchman and, lifting the pistol, took aim. "Run them down!" yelled the drunkard, pressing the trigger. The French officer turned round at the scream, and at the same time Pierre dashed at Makar Alexeyevich. Just as Pierre snatched the pistol and jerked it up, the drunkard succeeded at last in pressing the trigger, and a deafening shot rang out, wrapping everyone in a cloud of smoke. The Frenchman turned pale and ran back to the door. Forgetting his intention of concealing his knowledge of French, Pierre pulled away the pistol and, throwing it on the ground, ran to the officer and addressed him in French. "You are not wounded," he said. "You have saved my life. You are French," said the officer. For a Frenchman, the deduction followed naturally. An heroic action could only be performed by a Frenchman, and to save the life of him, Monsieur Rombal, captain of the 13th Light Brigade, was undoubtedly a most heroic action. "I am Russian," said Pierre quickly. "Tell that to others," said the Frenchman, smiling and waving his finger before his nose. "You shall tell me all about it directly. Charmed to meet a compatriot." The soldiers in the yard, hearing the shot, had come into the vestibule to ask what had happened and to offer their services in punishing the offender. But the officer sternly checked them. "You will be sent for when you are wanted," he said. The soldiers withdrew. The orderly, who had meanwhile been in the kitchen, came in to the officer. "Captain, they have soup and a leg of mutton in the kitchen. Shall I bring it up?" "Yes, and wine," said the captain. When they had brought in the mutton, an omelette, a samovar, vodka, and wine from a Russian cellar brought with them by the French, Rombal begged Pierre to share his dinner, and at once, with haste and greediness, set to work on the food, munching vigorously with his strong teeth. Pierre was hungry and pleased to share the repast. Morel, the orderly, brought in a pot of hot water and put a bottle of red wine in it to warm. After the days he had spent alone with his gloomy thoughts, Pierre, under the influence of the wine, could not help taking pleasure in conversing with this good-humoured and naive person. Monsieur Rombal began to talk of the Emperor. "The Emperor," repeated Pierre, and his face suddenly wore a mournful and embarrassed look. "What of the Emperor? Is he in Moscow?" The Frenchman gazed at Pierre's guilty face and grinned. "No, he will make his entry tomorrow," he said, and went on with his talk. A pistol and dagger were ready. Napoleon was making his entry tomorrow. Pierre felt it as praiseworthy and beneficial as ever to slay the miscreant, but he felt now that he would not do it. He struggled against the consciousness of his own weakness, but he vaguely felt that he could not overcome it, that his past gloomy train of ideas of vengeance, murder, and self-sacrifice had been blown away like dust at contact with the first human being. The Frenchman's chatter that had amused Pierre struck him now as revolting,
and his whistling a tune and his gait and his gesture in twisting his moustaches all seemed insulting to Pierre now. Late in the night they went out together into the street. Gazing at the lofty starlit sky, at the moon, at the comet, Pierre felt a thrill of joyous and tender emotion. And all at once, when he recalled his plan, his head seemed to go round. He felt so giddy that he leaned against the fence so as not to fall. Without taking leave of his new friend, Pierre left the gate with unsteady steps, and going back to his room, lay down on the sofa and at once fell asleep. From various roads, and with various feelings, the inhabitants running and driving away from Moscow, and the retreating troops, gazed at the glow of the first fire that broke out in the city on the 2nd of September. The Rostovs' party stopped for that night at Mytishchi, 20 versts from Moscow. At 10 o'clock, they and the wounded soldiers travelling with them had all found places for the night in the yards and huts of the village. When Natasha had been told that morning that Prince Andrei was seriously wounded and was travelling with them, she had at the first moment asked a great many questions. How and why, and where was he going, whether he was dangerously wounded, and whether she could see him. But after she had been told that she could not see him, she saw that she would get the same answer whatever she said, and gave up asking questions and speaking at all. All the way she had sat motionless in the corner of the carriage, with those wide eyes, the look in which the Countess knew so well and dreaded so much. And she was brooding on some plan. She was making, or already by now had made, some decision in her own mind. That the Countess knew. But what that decision was, she did not know, and that alarmed and worried her. "Natasha, undress, darling. Get into my bed." For the Countess only a bed had been made up on a bedstead. The two girls were to sleep on hay on the floor. "No, Mamma, I'll lie here on the floor," said Natasha irritably. She went to the window and opened it. She knew that Prince Andrei was in the same block of huts that they were in, that he was in the next hut across the porch. The Countess exchanged glances with Sonia. "Go to bed, darling. Go to bed, my pet," said the Countess, lightly touching Natasha's shoulder. "Oh, yes, I'll go to bed at once," said Natasha, hurriedly undressing and breaking the strings on her petticoat. Dropping off her dress and putting on a dressing jacket, she sat down on the bed made up on the floor, tucking her feet under her, and, flinging her short, fine hair over her shoulder, began plaiting it. Soon she heard the sound of her mother's even breathing. "Sonia, are you asleep?" "Mamma," she whispered. No one answered. Slowly and cautiously Natasha got up, crossed herself, and stepped with her slender bare feet onto the dirty cold floor. The boards creaked. With nimble feet she ran like a kitten a few steps and took hold of the cold door handle. She opened the door, stepped over the lintel, and onto the damp, cold earth of the passage outside. The cold refreshed her. Her bare foot felt a man asleep. She stepped over him and opened the door of the hut in which Prince Andrei was lying. It was dark. A tallow candle with a great smouldering wick stood on a bench in the further corner by a bed, on which something was lying. She made one cautious step, another, and found herself in the middle of the small hut, cumbered up with baggage. On the bench, under the holy images, lay another man, and on the floor were two more figures, the doctor and the valet. The valet sat up and muttered, "What is it? What do you want?" Natasha hastened towards the figure lying in the corner. However fearfully unlike a human shape that figure might be now, She must see him. She passed by the valet. The smouldering candle flickered up, and she saw Prince Andrei, lying with his arms stretched out on the quilt, looking just as she had always seen him. But the flush on his face, his shining eyes gazing passionately at her, and especially the soft, childlike neck showing above the low collar of the nightshirt, gave him a peculiarly innocent look, such as she had never seen in him before. She ran up to him and with a swift, supple, youthful movement dropped on her knees. He smiled and held out his hand to her. 7 days had passed since Prince Andrei had found himself in the ambulance station on the field of Borodino. All that time he had been in a state of almost continual unconsciousness. The fever and inflammation of the bowels which had been injured were, in the opinion of the doctor accompanying the wounded, certain to carry him off. Sometimes, when Andrei was in the grip of delirium, his brain suddenly began to work with a force, clearness, and depth with which it had never been capable of working in health. At times he felt as though a strange, ethereal edifice of delicate needles or splinters were being raised over his face, over the very middle of it. He saw a red ring of light round the candle, and heard the rustling of cockroaches and the buzzing of a fly as it flopped against his pillow and his face. And every time the fly touched his face it gave a stinging sensation, but yet it surprised him that though the fly struck him in the very centre of the rising edifice, it did not shatter. But apart from all this, there was one other thing of importance. That was the white thing at the door, the statue of the Sphinx which oppressed him too. He vividly pictured Natasha to himself, not as he had pictured her in the past, only with the charm that had been a joy to him. For the first time he pictured to himself her soul, and he understood her feeling, her sufferings, her shame, and her penitence. Now, for the first time, he felt all the cruelty of his abandonment of her. "Oh, how wearisome this everlasting delirium is," thought Prince Andrei. Something creaked. There was a whiff of fresh air, and a new white sphinx appeared standing before the doorway. And that sphinx had the white face and shining eyes of that very Natasha he had been dreaming of just now. Prince Andrei rallied all his forces to regain his senses. He stirred a little, and suddenly there was a ringing in his ears and a dimness before his eyes, and like a man sinking under water, he lost consciousness. When he came to, Natasha, the very living Natasha, whom of all people in the world he most longed to love, with that new, pure, divine love that had now been revealed to him, was on her knees before him. Prince Andrei drew a sigh of relief, smiled, and held out his hand. "You," he said. "What happiness!" "Forgive me," she said in a whisper. "I love you," said Prince Andrei. "Forgive." "Forgive what?" "Forgive me for what I did," Natasha murmured in a hardly audible, broken whisper, and again she softly put her lips to his hand. Pyotr, the valet, by now wide awake, had woken the doctor. "Why, what's this?" said the doctor, getting up from his bed on the floor. "Kindly retire, madam." At that moment there was a knock at the door. A maid had been sent by the countess in search of her daughter. Like a sleepwalker awakened in the midst of her trance, Natasha walked out of the room, and getting back to her hut, sank sobbing on her bed. From that day, at all halts and resting places on the remainder of the Rostovs' journey, Natasha never left Bolkonsky's side, and the doctor was forced to admit that he had not expected from a young girl so much fortitude, nor skill in nursing a wounded man. Pierre woke up late on the 3rd of September. His watch told him it was 11, but it seemed a particularly dull day. He stood up, rubbed his eyes, and on seeing the pistol on the writing table, remembered where he was and what was in store for him that day. "Am I not too late already?" Pierre wondered. No, probably he would not make his entry into Moscow before 12 o'clock. Pierre did not allow himself to reflect on what lay before him, but made haste to act. Pierre's way lay across a side street to Pavarsky, and from there across Arbaty to the chapel of Nicola Yavleni, where he had long before, in his fancy, fixed on the spot at which the deed should be done. As he walked along a path across the large open space adjoining on one side Pavarsky Street and on the other side the gardens of Prince Kruzinski, he heard close by him the sound of a woman crying desperately. On the dried-up, dusty grass on one side of the path lay heaps of household belongings piled up. On the ground near the boxes sat a thin woman, no longer young, with long projecting front teeth, dressed in a black cloak and cap. This woman was weeping violently, swaying to and fro. Two little girls, dressed in dirty short frocks and cloaks, were gazing at their mother with frightened faces. A little boy of 7, in a coat and a huge cap, obviously not his own, was crying in an old nurse's arms. A bare-legged, dirty servant girl was sitting on a chest. She had let down her flaxen hair and was pulling out the singed hairs, sniffing at them. The husband, a short, stooping man in a uniform, was moving the chests from under one another, dragging garments of some sort from under them. The woman almost flung herself at Pierre's feet. "Merciful heavens, save me! Help me, kind sir! Somebody help me! My little girl, my daughter, she's burnt! Oh!" "Hush," the husband said in a low voice to his wife, evidently only to justify himself before an outsider. "Sister must have taken her." "But where was she left?" said Pierre. "Aniska, go, you slut! Show the way!" she bawled to the servant girl. "Show me the way, show me. I'll do something," Pierre gasped hurriedly. The girl ran across the street, turned into a lane on the left, and passing 3 houses, turned in at a gate. "It's just here," she said, pointing out to Pierre a small wooden lodge which was blazing brightly. Pierre darted up to the lodge, but the heat was so great that he could not help describing a curve round it. He saw at the windows some French soldiers who had just dropped out a drawer of a chest filled with some metallic objects. More French soldiers standing below went up to the drawer. "A child in the house! Have you seen a child?" Pierre called to them. "A child?" shouted a Frenchman from above. "I did hear something crying in the garden." "Where is it?" asked Pierre. "This way," the French soldier shouted, pointing to the garden behind the house. Pierre ran behind the house. Under a garden seat lay a girl of 3 in a pink frock. Breathless with joy, he ran up to the child and lifted her up in his arms. She squealed in desperate fury, but Pierre ran across the garden and back to Prince Kruzinski's garden. It was now packed with people, and neither the man nor his wife were in the place where he had left them. Pierre walked about among the crowd, scanning the different faces. He could not help noticing a Georgian or Armenian family, an old couple and a young woman, who struck Pierre as a perfect example of Oriental beauty. Pierre looked even more remarkable than ever now, with a baby in his arms, and several Russians gathered about him. "Have you lost someone, good sir? Whose baby is it?" they asked him. "It might be Maria Nikolaevna's," said a woman. "They moved off into the garden as soon as these wolves pounced on us," said the woman, pointing to a group of French soldiers. But Pierre was not heeding the woman. For several seconds he had been gazing intently at what was passing a few paces from him. A barefooted Frenchman had gone up to the Armenian family and at once took hold of the old man's legs, whereupon the old man began pulling off his boots. "Take it. Take the child," said Pierre, handing the child to the woman. The Frenchman had meanwhile moved up to the young Armenian woman and caught hold of her neck.
While Pierre ran the few steps that separated them, the Frenchman had torn the necklace from her neck, which she was now clutching with both hands and screaming shrilly. "Let that woman alone!" Pierre roared, and seizing him by the shoulders, he shoved him away. The soldier drew out his sword and moved up to Pierre. Pierre was in that state of frenzy in which he remembered nothing, and his strength increased tenfold. He dashed at the Frenchman, knocked him down, and was pummeling him with his fists. Shouts of approval were heard from the crowd. At the same moment a patrol of French Uhlans came riding round the corner and surrounded him. He remembered that he beat somebody and was beaten, and that in the end his hands were tied, and that a group of French soldiers was standing round him ransacking his clothes. "Lieutenant, he has a dagger," were the first words he took in. "Ah, a weapon," said the officer. He turned to Pierre. "Do you know French?" Pierre made no reply. "Call the interpreter," said the officer. "He doesn't look like a common man," said the interpreter, scanning Pierre. "Oh, he looks very like an incendiary. Ask him who he is." "I will not say who I am. I am your prisoner. Take me away," Pierre said suddenly in French. "Aha," commented the officer, knitting his brows. "Well, march on, then." On the 26th of August, the very day of the Battle of Borodino, there was a soirée at Anna Pavlovna's. The news of the day in Petersburg was the illness of Countess Bezukhov. She had been taken ill a few days previously. She had missed several entertainments, of which she was usually the ornament, and it was said she was seeing no one, and that instead of the celebrated Petersburg physicians who usually attended her, she had put herself into the hands of some Italian doctor, who was treating her with some new and extraordinary method. Everyone was very well aware that the charming Countess's illness was due to inconveniences arising from marrying two husbands at once, and that the Italian doctor's treatment consisted in the removal of such inconvenience. "They say the Countess is very ill. The doctor says it is angina pectoris." "Angine? Oh, that's a terrible illness. They say the rivals are reconciled thanks to the angine." The word angine was repeated with great relish. Conflicting reports began to filter to Petersburg regarding the outcome of the Battle of Borodino, and on the evening of that day everything seemed to conspire to throw the Petersburg world into agitation and uneasiness. A terrible piece of news came to add to their alarms. Countess Hélène Bezukhov died quite suddenly of the terrible illness which had been so amusing to talk about. At larger gatherings everyone repeated the official story that the Countess had died of a terrible attack of angina pectoris, but in intimate circles people told in detail how the Queen of Spain's own medical attendant had prescribed to Hélène small doses of a certain drug to bring about certain desired results, but that Hélène, tortured by her husband's not having answered her letter, had suddenly taken an enormous dose of the drug and had died in agony. A few days before the Battle of Borodino, Nikolai Rostov received news of his appointment to go to Voronezh to purchase fresh horses for his division. Only one who has spent several months continuously in the atmosphere of an army in the field can imagine the delight that Nikolai felt when he got out of the region, overspread by troops with their foraging parties, trains of provisions and hospitals. In the happiest frame of mind, Nikolai reached the hotel at Voronezh at night, ordered everything of which he had been so long deprived in the army, and next day, after shaving with special care and putting on the full-dress uniform he had not worn for so long, he drove off to present himself to the authorities. The commander of the militia of the district was a civilian general, an old gentleman who evidently found amusement in his military duties and rank. He gave Nikolai a brusque reception, and cross-examining him with an important air, as though he had a right to do so, expressed his approval and disapproval, as though called upon to give his verdict on the management of the war. Nikolai was in such high spirits that this only amused him. From the commander of the militia,
he went to the governor's. The governor was a brisk little man, very affable and unpretentious. He mentioned to Nikolai the stud farms where he might obtain horses, recommended him to a horse dealer in the town, and a gentleman 20 versts from the town who had the best horses, and promised him every assistance. "You are Count Rostov's son. My wife was a great friend of your mamma's. We receive on Thursdays. Today is Thursday. Pray come in, quite without ceremony," said the governor as he took leave of him. During the early days of his stay in Voronezh, everything seemed easy and pleasant to Nikolai, and, as it is always the case, when a man is himself in a happy frame of mind, everything went well and prospered with him. On reaching Moscow after her meeting with Nikolai Rostov at Bogucharovo, Princess Maria had met her nephew there with his tutor, and had received a letter from Prince Andrei, informing her of the route she should take to her aunt at Voronezh. The arrangements for the journey, anxiety about her brother, the organization of her life in a new house, new people, the education of her nephew, all of this smothered in Princess Maria's heart that feeling of temptation which had tortured her since her meeting with Rostov. Soon after her arrival in Voronezh, the governor's wife called on her aunt and began to speak of Rostov, who was already in Voronezh, singing his praises and describing how he had blushed on hearing Princess Maria's name. Her inner harmony was destroyed, and desires, doubts, self-reproach, and hope sprang up. But when on Sunday after matins the footman came into the drawing-room to announce that Count Nikolai Rostov had called, the princess showed no sign of embarrassment, only a faint flush came into her cheeks, and her eyes shone with a new, radiant light. When Nikolai came into the room, she rose with a joyous smile, held out her delicate soft hand to him, and spoke in a voice in which for the first time there was the thrill of deep, womanly notes. Their conversation was of the simplest and most insignificant kind. They talked of the war, unconsciously, like everyone else, exaggerating their sadness on that subject. They talked of their last meeting, and of their families. As visitors always do where there are children, Nikolai, in a momentary silence, had recourse to Prince Andrei's little son, caressing him and asking him if he would like to be an hussar. He took the little boy in his arms, began gaily whirling him round, and glanced at Princess Maria. With softened, happy eyes, she was watching the child she loved in the arms of the man she loved. Nikolai caught that look too, and as though he understood its significance, flushed with delight, and fell to kissing the child with simple-hearted gaiety. The terrible news of the Battle of Borodino, and the even more terrible news of the loss of Moscow, reached Voronezh in the middle of September. Princess Maria, learning of her brother's wound only from the newspapers, and having no definite information about him, was preparing to set off to try and reach him. In a letter from his mother, Nikolai learnt of the Rostovs' departure from Moscow, of Prince Andrei's wounds, and that Sonia and Natasha were nursing him. With this letter, Nikolai went next day to call on Princess Maria. Neither Nikolai nor Princess Maria said a word as to all that was implied by the words, "Natasha is nursing him." But thanks to this letter, Nikolai was brought suddenly into intimate relations, almost those of a kinsman, with the princess. Next day, Nikolai escorted Princess Maria as far as Yaroslavl, and a few days later he set off himself to join his regiment. In the guard-room to which Pierre had been taken, the officers and soldiers in charge treated him with hostility, but some respect. He learned that all the prisoners, himself probably included, were to be tried for incendiarism. The day after, he was taken with the rest to a house where were sitting a French general with white moustaches, 2 colonels, and other Frenchmen with scarves on their shoulders. To the inquiry of what he was doing when he was apprehended, Pierre replied with a certain tragic dignity that he was carrying back to its parents a child he had rescued from the flames. Why was he fighting with the soldiers? Pierre replied that he was defending a woman, that the defence of an insulted woman was the duty of every man, and so on. He was pulled up. This was irrelevant. With what object had he been in the courtyard of a burning house, where he had been seen by several witnesses? He answered that he was going out to see what was going on in Moscow. He was pulled up again. He had not been asked, he was told, where he was going, but with what object he was near the fire. Who was he? The first question was repeated, to which he said he did not want to answer. Again he replied that he could not answer that, and he was dismissed from the room. In a coach house behind a house in the Crimean ford, Pierre spent another 4 days, and in the course of those 4 days he learned from the conversation of the French soldiers that all the prisoners in detention here were every day awaiting the decision of their fate by a marshal. Of what marshal, Pierre could not ascertain from the soldiers. These first days, up to the 8th of September, when the prisoners were brought up for a second examination, were the most painful for Pierre. On the 8th of September, there came into the prisoners' coach-house an officer of very great consequence, judging by the respectfulness with which he was addressed by the soldiers on guard. Pierre was led with the other prisoners to the right side of a meadow not far from a monastery, and taken up to a big white house with an immense garden. They were led up to the entrance and taken into the house, one at a time. Pierre was the 6th to be led in. Through a glass-roofed gallery, a vestibule, and a hall, he was led to the long, low-pitched study, at the door of which stood an adjutant. Davout was sitting at a table at the end of the room, his spectacles on his nose. Pierre came close up to him. Davout, without raising his eyes, was apparently engaged in looking up something in a document that lay before him. Without raising his eyes, he asked softly, "Who are you?" Pierre was mute, because he was incapable of articulating a word. Davout was not to Pierre simply a French general. To Pierre, Davout was a man notorious for his cruelty. "Your name," repeated Davout. "Bezukhov." "What proof is there that you are not lying?" Pierre thought of Ramballe, and mentioned his name and regiment and the street and house where he could be found. "You are not what you say," Davout said again. In a trembling, breaking voice, Pierre began to forward proofs of the truth of his testimony. But at that moment an adjutant came in and said something to Davout. Davout beamed at the news the adjutant had brought him, and began buttoning up his uniform. He nodded in Pierre's direction with a frown and told him to take him away. The prisoners were taken straight downhill across the meadow to the left of the monastery, and led to a kitchen garden in which there stood a post. A big pit had been dug near the post, and the freshly turned earth was heaped up by it. A great crowd of people formed a semicircle around the pit and the post. To the right and left of the post stood rows of French soldiers. The prisoners were stood in a certain order according to a written list. Pierre was 6th, and led up to the post. Several drums suddenly began beating, and Pierre felt as though a part of his soul was being torn away from him by that sound. He lost all power of thought and reflection. He could only see and hear. They were to be shot in pairs. 2 couples of French soldiers came up to the prisoners and took 2 convicts who stood at the front. They led them to the post, and while the sacks were being brought, the convicts looked dumbly about them, as a wild beast at bay looks at the approaching hunter. The soldiers with hurrying fingers bandaged their eyes, put the sacks over their heads, and bound them to the post. A dozen sharpshooters with muskets stepped out of the ranks. Pierre turned away. There was a sudden bang and rattle, and he looked round. There was a cloud of smoke, and the French soldiers with trembling hands and pale faces were doing something by the pit. The same procedure was repeated with the next 2 prisoners. The 5th prisoner, a factory lad in a loose gown, standing beside Pierre, was led forward, alone. Pierre did not understand that he was saved.
that he and all the rest had been brought here simply to be present at the execution. As soon as they touched the lad, he darted away and clutched Pierre. The factory lad could not walk. He was held up under the arms and was dragged along, screaming. The words of command must have sounded, and after it the shots of 8 muskets. But Pierre had not heard the slightest sound from the shots. He only saw the lad suddenly fall back on the cords, saw blood oozing in 2 places, and saw the cords themselves work loose from the weight of the hanging body, and the factory lad sit down, his head falling unnaturally, and one leg bent under him. The body sank down. The soldiers with clumsy haste dragged it from the post and shoved it into the pit. Pierre glanced into the pit and saw that the factory lad was lying there with his knees up close to his head, and one shoulder higher than the other. And that shoulder was convulsively, rhythmically rising and falling. But the spadefuls of earth were already falling all over the body. One of the soldiers, in a voice of rage, exasperation, and pain, shouted to Pierre to stand aside, but Pierre did not understand him, and still stood at the post, and no one drove him away. "That will teach them to set fire to places," said someone among the French. Pierre saw that it was a French soldier trying somehow to console himself for what had been done, but could not. After the execution, Pierre was separated from the other prisoners and left alone in a small, despoiled and filthy church. Towards evening he was informed that he was pardoned, and was taken to some sheds to join the other prisoners. In this shed, where Pierre spent 4 weeks, there were 23 soldiers, 3 officers, and 2 civilian functionaries, all prisoners. They were all misty figures to Pierre afterwards, except Platon Karatayev, a little old man with a friendly sing-song voice in which old Russian peasant women talk, and who was full of simple wisdom. He remained forever in Pierre's mind as the strongest, most precious memory, and the personification of everything Russian, kindly, and sound. 2 weeks after leaving Nikolai, Princess Maria and her nephew arrived at Yaroslavl. The carriage steps were let down with a crash. The carriage door was opened. On the left was water, a broad river. On the right, entrance steps. The princess ran up the steps and found herself in the vestibule, facing an elderly woman who came rapidly to meet her. It was the Countess. She embraced Maria and kissed her. "The doctor says there's no danger," said the Countess. But as she said it, she sighed and turned her eyes upward, and this gesture contradicted her words. "Where is he? Can I see him, can I?" asked the princess. In a minute, my dear." "Is this his son?" said the Countess, turning to Nikolushka, who came in with his tutor Desal. "We shall find a room for everyone. The house is large. Oh, what a charming boy." The Countess led the princess into the drawing-room. "Where is he?" she asked once more, addressing them all. "Come, let us go to him, Marie," said Natasha, drawing her away into the next room. They sat a little while to control their tears so as to go to him with calm faces. "How has his illness gone?" Princess Maria asked. Natasha told her that when they reached Yaroslavl, the wound had begun to suppurate, and the doctor had said that the suppuration might follow the regular course. Fever had set in. The doctor had said this fever was not so serious. "But 2 days ago," Natasha began, "all of a sudden, this change came." She struggled with her sobs. "I don't know why, but you will see the change in him." "He is weaker, thinner?" queried the princess. "No, not that, but worse. You will see. Oh, Maria, he is too good. He cannot live, because—" He was lying on a couch, propped up with cushions in a squirrel-lined dressing-gown. He was thin and pale. One thin, transparently white hand held a handkerchief. With the other he was softly fingering the delicate moustache that had grown long. His eyes gazed at them as they came in. "How are you, Maria? How did you manage to get here?" he said, in a voice as even and as aloof as the look in his eyes. If he had uttered a shriek of despair, that shriek would have been to Princess Maria less awful than the sound of his voice. "And have you brought Nikolushka?" he said, as evenly and deliberately, with an evident effort to recollect things. "How are you now?" said Princess Maria, wondering herself at what she was saying. "That, my dear, you must ask the doctor," he said, and evidently making another effort to be affectionate, he said with his lips only, "Thank you, my dear, for coming." Princess Maria pressed his hand. He gave a hardly perceptible frown at the pressure of her hand. The conversation was frigid and disconnected and broke off at every moment. "Andrei, would you like to see Nikolushka? He is always talking of you." "Yes, I shall be very glad to see him." When they brought in the little boy, who gazed in dismay at his father but did not cry because nobody else was crying, Prince Andrei kissed him, and obviously did not know what to say to him. When they had taken the child away, Princess Maria went up to her brother once more, kissed him, and, unable to control herself any longer, began to weep. He looked at her intently. "You weep for Nikolushka?" he asked. Princess Maria nodded through her tears. "You mustn't weep here," he said, looking at her with the same cold eyes. When she left her brother's side, Princess Maria fully understood that there was no hope of saving his life. She took turns with Natasha by his bedside, and shed no more tears, but prayed without ceasing to the eternal and unfathomable, whose presence was palpable now, hovering over the dying man. Prince Andrei did not only know that he would die, but he felt indeed that he was dying, that he was already half dead. He experienced a sense of aloofness from everything earthly, and a strange and joyous lightness of being. Neither impatient nor troubled, he lay awaiting what was before him. His last days and hours passed in a simple and commonplace way. Princess Maria and Natasha never left his side. He received absolution and extreme unction. Everyone came to bid him goodbye. Then the body, deserted by the spirit, passed through its last struggle. "It is over," said Princess Maria, after the body had lain for some moments motionless and growing cold before them. Natasha and Sonia wept, not for their personal sorrow, but from the emotion and awe that filled their souls before the simple and solemn mystery of death. A month spent by the French army in pillaging Moscow, and by the Russian army quietly encamped at Tarutino, brought a change in the relative strength of the two armies, which was all to the advantage of the Russians. The Russian outposts dashed in among the French encamped at Tarutino, and the news of the easy victories gained by bands of peasants and freelances over the French lifted the morale of the Russian army. The French began to retreat, and could no longer sustain the occupation of Moscow. On leaving Moscow, Petya Rostov, Nikolai's younger brother, had been appointed as orderly in attendance on a general in command of a large detachment. He had seen action at the Battle of Vyazma, when instead of riding by way of the road to take a message, he had galloped across the lines under fire of the French and fired a couple of pistol shots at them. After this foolhardy behaviour, the general was reluctant to give him further commissions, But when a message was to be sent to Denisov's regiment, Petya begged so piteously to be sent that the general could not refuse. On the 22nd of October, Denisov, who was the leader of a band of irregular soldiers, was eagerly engaged in a typical operation of irregular warfare. From early morning he had been moving about the woods with his men, watching a big convoy of cavalry and baggage and Russian prisoners that had dropped behind the other French troops, and he learned from his scouts that it was making its way to Smolensk. Petya delivered the package to Denisov, and hearing that an attack was being planned for the following day, he persuaded Denisov to let him stay and take part. That night Petya came out of the porch of the hut where he was spending the night before the battle. Someone was snoring under the wagons, and saddled horses were standing around munching oats.
"Why aren't you asleep, sir?" said a Cossack, sitting under a wagon.
"I like to do everything carefully," said Petya. "Some men, you know, leave things to chance and don't have things ready, and then they regret it. I don't like that."
"No, to be sure," said the Cossack.
"Please, my dear fellow, sharpen my sabre for me. I have blunt—"
But Petya could not bring out a lie.
"It has never been sharpened. Can you do that?"
"To be sure I can."
The Cossack stood up and rummaged in the baggage, and Petya stood and heard the martial sound of steel and whetstone. He clambered to the wagon and sat on the edge of it. Petya must, one would suppose, have known that he was in a wood, with Denisov's band of irregulars a few versts from the road, sitting on a wagon captured from the French. But Petya knew nothing of all that. He was in a fairyland, in which nothing was like reality, and where everything was possible. Petya closed his eyes and began to nod. The branches dripped. There was a low hum of talk and the sound of snoring. The horses neighed and scuffled.
"It's ready, Your Honour. You can cut the Frenchman in two now."
Petya woke up. "Why, it's light already," he cried.
"And here's the commander," said the Cossack.
Denisov came out of the hut and, calling to Petya, bade him get ready. "One thing I beg of you," he said sternly, "to obey me and not to put yourself forward." "The signal!" he cried. The Cossack raised his arm and a shot rang out. At the same moment they heard the tramp of horses galloping in front, shouts from different directions, and more shots. Petya gave rein to his excited horse and galloped down the village street to the spot where he heard the hottest fire. The shots came from the yard of a manor house. There came a volley of shots with the sound of bullets whizzing by and thudding into something. The Cossacks galloped in at the gates after Petya. The French flung down their arms and ran out of the bushes or fled downhill towards a pond. Petya was galloping round the courtyard, but instead of holding the reins, he was flinging up both arms in a strange way and slanting more and more to one side. The horse stepped onto the smouldering ashes of a fire and stopped short. Petya fell heavily onto the wet earth. The Cossacks saw his arms and legs twitching rapidly, though his head did not move. A bullet had passed through his brain. "Killed?" cried Denisov, even from a distance recognizing the familiar, unmistakably lifeless posture in which Petya's body was lying. The Cossacks looked round in surprise at the sound like the howl of a dog that Denisov uttered as he turned away, walked to the fence and clutched it. Among the Russian prisoners rescued by Denisov was Pierre Bezukhov. From the 28th of October, when the frosts began, the flight of the French assumed a more tragic aspect, from the men being frozen or roasted to death by the campfires, while the emperor and kings and dukes still drove on with their stolen booty in fur cloaks and closed carriages. But in its essentials, the process of the flight and disintegration of the French army went on unchanged. The actions of the Russian and French armies during the retreat from Moscow to the Niemen resembled a game of Russian blind man's buff, in which there are two players,
both with their eyes bandaged, and one rings a bell at intervals to let the other know of his whereabouts. At first he rings the bell with no fear of his opponent. But when he begins to find himself in a difficult position, he runs away as noiselessly as he can from his opponent, and often supposing he is running away from him, walks straight into his arms. The Russian army lost in its march from Tarotino to Krasno 50,000 sick or stragglers. Half of the army was lost without a battle. At this period of the campaign, the soldiers were without boots or fur-lined coats, on half rations, without vodka, camping out at night for months in the snow with 15 degrees of frost, and men were put in peril of death not for a few hours as on the field of battle, but for whole months together. The Russian soldiers did all that could or ought to have been done to attain an end worthy of the people. They are not to blame because other Russians, sitting in warm rooms at home, proposed that they should do the impossible. The people had a single aim, to clear their country of the invaders. That aim was effected primarily of itself, since the French were already fleeing, and all that was necessary was not to check their flight. The Russian army had to act as a whip urging on a fleeing animal, and the experienced driver knew that it was better to keep the whip raised as a menace than to bring it down on the creature's back. When a man sees an animal dying, a horror comes over him. But when the dying creature is a man, what is felt is the rending of the soul. After Prince Andrei's death, Natasha and Princess Maria both felt this. Crushed in spirit, they closed their eyes under the menacing cloud of death and dared not look life in the face. But from the isolation of her position as the guardian and foster mother of her nephew and independent mistress of her own destinies, Princess Maria was the first to be called back to life. The room in which her nephew had been put was damp, and he had begun to cough. Alpatich advised her to move to Moscow. Natasha was left alone, and since she felt herself deserted by Princess Maria, she spent most of the time alone in her room, huddled up in a corner of her sofa. One day towards the end of December, thin and pale, with her hair fastened in a careless coil, she sat gazing at the corner of the door. A loud rattle at the door handle broke with a painful shock on her hearing. Her maid, Dunyasha, rushed quickly and abruptly into the room with frightened eyes.
"Come to your papa. Make haste. A misfortune. Pyotr Ilyitch, a letter," she gasped out, sobbing.
Natasha ran up to her father, but he feebly motioned towards her mother's door. The Countess was lying down in a low chair in a strange, awkward attitude. She was beating her head against the wall.
"All of you, go away," she was screaming. "It's not true. Killed. It's not true." "Mamma, darling, I'm here, dearest mamma," Natasha whispered, never ceasing for a second.
Natasha had no recollection of how she spent that day and that night, and the following day and night. She did not sleep and did not leave her mother's side. Natasha's love, patient and persistent, seemed to enfold the Countess on all sides, offering no explanation, no consolation, simply beckoning her back to life. Princess Maria had put off her departure, and in the days that followed there sprang up between Princess Maria and Natasha one of those tender and passionate friendships which can only exist between women. Towards the end of January, Princess Maria set off for Moscow, and the Count insisted on Natasha going with her to consult the doctors, as she had become so frail. The French army went on melting away at a regularly increasing rate, and on the 29th of November, Kutuzov, the Russian commander-in-chief, reached Vilna, his dear Vilna, as he used to call it. In that wealthy town which had escaped injury, Kutuzov found old friends and associations, as well as the comforts of which he had so long been deprived. It was as though all that was being done, and had still to be done in the world of history,
was now no concern of his. Chichagov was one of the generals most zealous in advocating cutting off the enemy's retreat. He had at first suggested making a diversion in Greece and then in Warsaw, but was never willing to go where he was commanded. This Chichagov was the first to meet Kutuzov at Vilna, at the castle where the latter was to stay. Wearing a naval uniform with a dirk and holding his forage cap under his arm, he handed the commander-in-chief the military report and the keys of the town. In opposition to the Tsar's wishes, Kutuzov kept the greater part of his troops in Vilna. He was said by all the persons about him to be getting weaker and breaking down physically. The Tsar, with his suite, left Petersburg on the 7th of December and reached Vilna on the 11th, and drove straight up to the castle in his travelling sledge. In spite of the intense cold, there were some 100 generals and staff officers in full parade uniform, and a guard of honour standing before the castle. The big, heavy figure of Kutuzov, his breast covered with orders, walked with a rolling gait onto the steps. The Tsar scanned Kutuzov from head to foot in a rapid glance, frowned for an instant, but at once, overcoming his feelings, opened his arms and embraced the old general. When he was alone with Kutuzov, the Tsar expressed his displeasure at the slowness of the pursuit of the enemy. Kutuzov made no observation or explanation. When he had left the room, and with downcast head walked across the reception hall with his heavy step, a voice stopped him. He raised his head and saw Count Tolstoy, who stood facing him with a small object on a silver dish. Kutuzov seemed for some time unable to grasp what was wanted of him, but then, recollecting himself, with a low, respectful bow, he picked up the object. It was the Order of St. George of the first rank. The War of 1812, in addition to its national significance, dear to every Russian, was to take a new European character. Kutuzov did not see what was meant by Europe, the balance of power, and Napoleon. He could not understand all that. After the enemy had been annihilated, Russia had been delivered and raised to the highest pinnacle of her glory. The representative of the Russian people, a Russian of the Russians, had no more left to do. Nothing was left for the representative of the national war but to die. And he did. On the day of Pierre's rescue, he saw the dead body of Petya Rostov. The same day he heard that Prince Andrei had lived for more than a month after the Battle of Borodino, and had only a short time before died at Yaroslavl in the Rostovs' house. The same day, Rostov, who had told Pierre this news, happened to allude to the death of Pierre's wife, Hélène, supposing Pierre to have been long aware of it. He felt that he could not take in the bearings of all these facts. He was simply in haste to get away from these places where men were slaughtering one another. As soon as he reached Orel, he fell ill, and during his convalescence he was always in his dreams surrounded by his conditions as a prisoner. The terrible question that had shattered all his intellectual edifices in the old days, the question, what for, had no existence for him now. To that question, what for, he had now always ready in his soul the simple answer, because there is a God, that God without whom not one hair of a man's head falls. At the end of January, Pierre arrived in Moscow and settled in the lodge of his mansion, as that had escaped the fires. The third day after his arrival, he heard that Princess Maria was in Moscow, and he went to call upon her the same evening. In a low-pitched room, lighted by a single candle, he found the princess and someone with her in a black dress. This is one of her companions, he thought, glancing at the lady in the black dress. The princess rose swiftly to meet him and held out her hand. "Yes," she said, scrutinizing his altered face. "So this is how we meet again. He often talked of you at the last." Pierre talked rapidly, eagerly.
He glanced once at the companion's face, saw attentively friendly, inquiring eyes fixed upon him.
"You don't recognize her," said Princess Maria.
Pierre glanced once more at the thin, pale face.
But no, it cannot be, he thought. It cannot be she.
But at that moment Princess Maria said,
"Natasha." It was Natasha, and he loved her. In that first minute, Pierre unwittingly betrayed to her and to Princess Maria, and most of all to himself, the secret of which he had himself been unaware. He stammered in his speech and stopped short in the middle of a sentence. Pierre's embarrassment was not reflected in a corresponding embarrassment in Natasha, but only in a look of pleasure that faintly lighted up her whole face. "She has come to stay with me," said Princess Maria. "The Count and Countess will be here in a few days." De Salle's voice was heard at the door, asking whether Nikolushka might come in and say good night. Natasha got up quickly at the moment Nikolushka was coming in, and almost running to the door, knocked her head against it, and with a moan, half of pain, half of sorrow, she rushed out of the room. Pierre gazed at the door by which she had gone out, and wondered why he felt suddenly alone in the wide world. He would have taken his leave, but Princess Maria pressed him to stay to supper. Pierre was conducted into the big illuminated dining room. In a few minutes he heard footsteps, and Natasha came into the room. Pierre told the tale of his adventures, as he had never thought of them before. He now saw a new significance in all he had been through. He experienced now, in telling it all to Natasha, that rare happiness given to men by women when they listen to them. Not by clever women, who, as they listen, are either trying to remember what they are being told to enrich their intellect, or to adapt what is told them to their own ideas and to bring out in haste the clever comments elaborated in their little mental factory. Natasha, though herself unconscious of it, was all rapt attention. She did not lose one word, one glance, one gesture of Pierre's. "They say sufferings are misfortunes," said Pierre. "But if at once, this minute, I was asked, would I remain what I was before I was taken prisoner, I should say, for God's sake, let me rather be a prisoner and eat horseflesh again. As long as there is life, there is happiness." "Yes, yes," said Natasha, "and I would ask for nothing better than to go through it all again." All at once Natasha let her head drop into her hands and burst into tears. "What is it, Natasha?" said Princess Maria. "Nothing, nothing." She smiled through her tears to Pierre. "Good night. It's bedtime." Pierre got up and took leave. Natasha, as she always did, went with Princess Maria into her bedroom. "Pierre, how good he is," said Princess Maria. "Do you know, Marie," said Natasha suddenly, with a mischievous smile, such as Princess Maria had not seen for a long while, "he has become so clean and smooth and fresh, as though he had just come out of a bath. Do you understand? Out of a moral bath. Isn't it so?" "Yes, he has gained a great deal. I can understand now how my brother cared for no one else as he did for him," said Princess Maria. "Well, good night," answered Natasha, and the same mischievous smile lingered a long while, as though forgotten, on her face. For a long while Pierre could not sleep that night. He walked up and down his room, at one moment frowning, deep in some difficult train of thought, at the next shrugging his shoulders and shaking himself, and at the next smiling blissfully. The next day Pierre arranged an interview with Princess Maria to ask her advice on his love for Natasha. She advised him to go to Petersburg, and that she would speak to Natasha and write to him of the outcome. When Princess Maria had returned to her room that night after her meeting with Pierre, Natasha met her on the threshold. She had guessed the reason for his visit.
"Has he spoken? Yes, has he spoken?" she repeated,
and a joyful and at the same time pious expression that begged forgiveness for its joy was in Natasha's face. Ready as Princess Maria was to understand and to be touched by the expression with which Natasha looked at her, and much as she felt for her agitation, yet her words for the first moment mortified her. She thought of her brother and his love.
"But what is one to do? She cannot help it,"
thought Princess Maria, and she repeated to Natasha all Pierre had said to her.
"Marie," she said, "tell me what to do."
"You love him?"
"Yes," whispered Natasha.
"What are you crying for, then?" "I'm very glad for you," said the princess, moved by those tears to complete forgiveness of Natasha's joy.
"Only think how happy it will be when I am his wife and you marry Nikolai."
"Natasha, I have begged you not to speak of that. Let us talk of you." Both were silent. Natasha's marriage to Bezukhov, which took place in 1813, was the last happy event in the family of the old Rostovs. Count Ilya Andreevich, Natasha's father, died the same year, and as is always the case with the death of the father, the family was broken up. Nikolai was with the Russian army in Paris when the news of his father's death reached him. He at once applied for his discharge and went to Moscow. Within a month of the Count's death, the financial position had been made clear, astounding everyone by the immense sum of various petty debts. The debts were more than double the assets of the estate. Friends and relations advised Nikolai to refuse to accept his inheritance, but Nikolai looked on such a refusal as a slur on the honored memory of his father, and accepted the inheritance with the obligation of paying the debts. To return to the army, where at the next promotion he would have been colonel, was out of the question, as his mother now clung to him as her one hold on life. He accepted a civilian post in Moscow, and taking off his beloved uniform, established himself in a little lodging with his mother and Sonia. Sonia kept house, waited on her aunt, and helped to conceal from the old countess their poverty-stricken position. At the beginning of winter, Princess Maria arrived in Moscow, and from the gossip of the town heard how Nikolai was sacrificing himself for his mother. "It's just what I expected of him," she said to herself, finding in it a delightful confirmation of her love for him. She thought it her duty to call on them. Her reception at the Rostovs was cold and unwelcoming. "It was just what I expected," she said to herself, summoning her pride to her aid. "I have no concern with him, and I only wanted to see the old lady, who was always kind to me." But she could not tranquilize herself with these reflections. A feeling akin to remorse fretted her. In the middle of winter, she was sitting in the schoolroom supervising her nephew's lessons when the servant announced that Rostov was below. She summoned Mademoiselle Bourienne and went into the drawing-room. At the first glance at Nikolai's face, she saw that he had come merely to perform the obligations of civility. They talked of the health of the Countess, of the war, of common acquaintances, and when 10 minutes was up, Nikolai got up to say goodbye. They were both silent. "Princess," said Nikolai at last, "it seems not long ago, but how much has happened since we first met at Bogucharovo. I would give a great deal to have that time back again." "Yes, yes," she said, "but you have no need to regret the past, Count. You used to be different, and—" "There are thousands of reasons why. It is sometimes hard." "So that is why, an inner voice was saying in Princess Maria's soul. "Yes, he is poor now, and I am rich. Yes, it is only that. Yes, if it were not for that." And recalling all his former tenderness, and looking now at his kind and sad face, she suddenly understood the reason for his coldness. For a few seconds they gazed mutely in each other's eyes, and the remote and impossible became all at once close at hand, possible and inevitable. In the autumn of 1813, Nikolai married Princess Maria, and with his wife and mother and Sonia took up his abode at Bleak Hills. Within 4 years he had paid off the remainder of his debts without selling his wife's estates. In another 3 years, Nikolai had so well managed his affairs that he was able to buy a small estate adjoining Bleak Hills, and was opening negotiations for the repurchase of his ancestral estate at Oldtuberadio, which was his cherished dream. By 1820, Natasha had 3 daughters and a son. The latter had been eagerly desired, and she was now nursing him herself. She had grown stouter and broader, so that it was hard to recognize in the robust-looking young mother the slim, mobile Natasha of the old days. Now, often her face and body were all that was to be seen, and the soul was not visible at all. There were in those days, just as now, arguments and discussions on the rights of women, on the relations of husband and wife, and on freedom and rights in marriage, though they were not then as now called questions. But those questions had no interest for Natasha. In fact, she had absolutely no comprehension of them. Natasha did not care for society in general, but she greatly prized the society of her family, of Countess Maria, her brother, her mother, and Sonia. With them she could rush in from the nursery in a dressing gown with her hair down. She could, with a joyful face, show a baby's napkin stained yellow instead of green, and receive their comforting assurances that this proved that the baby was now really better. After 7 years of married life, Pierre had a firm and joyful consciousness that he was not a bad fellow, and he felt this because he saw himself reflected in his wife. In his wife he saw reflected only what was really good. Everything not quite good was left out. And this result was not reached by the way of logical thought, but by way of a mysterious, direct reflection of himself. Often the whole family would live for long periods together at Bleak Hills, and as in every family, there were several quite separate worlds living together there. While each of these preserved its own individuality, they made concessions to one another, and mixed into one harmonious whole. Every event that occurred in the house was important and joyful or distressing to all those circles. On one occasion, Pierre had been away on business in Petersburg for the last 4 weeks, and his arrival home was a happy and important event. The children and their governesses were delighted at his return, because no one drew them into the general social life of the house as he did. Nikolinka Bolkonsky, who was now a thin, delicate, intelligent boy of 15, with curly hair and beautiful eyes, was particularly pleased to greet Uncle Pierre, as he was the object of his passionate love and adoration. Countess Maria had brought him up, and done her utmost to make the boy love her husband as she loved him. But there was a scarcely perceptible shade of contempt in his liking of him. Pierre he adored. He did not want to be an hussar, or a cavalier of St. George like his uncle Nikolai. He wanted to be learned, clever, and kind, like Pierre. Although Pierre was the most absent-minded and forgetful of men, by the help of a list his wife made for him, he had bought everything, not forgetting a single commission from his mother-in-law or brother-in-law, nor the toys for his nephews. The presents were all distributed, and a little later the children came in to say good night. The children kissed everyone. The tutors and governesses said good night and went away. De Sales alone remained with his pupil. The tutor whispered to his young charge to leave. "No, Monsieur de Sales. I will ask my aunt leave to stay," Nikolenka Bolkonsky answered. "Will you let me stay?" he said to Princess Maria. "When you are here, there is no tearing him away," she said to Pierre. "I will bring him directly, Monsieur de Sales. Good night," said Pierre.
The conversation turned on the scandals of the day in the higher government circles, and Nikolinka, now forgotten by the adults, began unconsciously to pick up and break to pieces the sticks of sealing wax and pens on Uncle Nikolai's writing table. The boy looked down, and then for the first time seemed to become aware of the havoc he had been making. He flushed hotly and went up to Nikolai. "Uncle, forgive me, I did it not on purpose," he said, pointing to the fragments of sealing wax and pens. Nikolai bounded up angrily. Very good," he said, throwing the bits of pens and sealing wax under the table, and with evident effort at mastering his fury, he turned away from him. "You ought not to have been here at all," he said. Natasha, as soon as she was alone with her husband, told him of all the events since his departure, how she had suffered and been half dead without him, and that she was fonder than ever of Marie. In saying this, Natasha was quite sincere in acknowledging Marie's superiority, but at the same time she expected Pierre to prefer her to Marie and all other women, and now, especially after he had been seeing a great many women in Petersburg, to tell her so again. In response, Pierre told her how intolerable he had found the evening parties and dinners with ladies in Petersburg. "I have quite lost the art of talking to ladies," he said. "It was horribly tiresome." Meanwhile, below in Nikolinka Bolkonsky's bedroom, a lamp was burning as usual. The boy was afraid of the dark and could not be cured of this weakness. De Salle was asleep, with his head high on his 4 pillows, and his Roman nose gave forth rhythmic sounds of snoring. Nikolinka had just woken up in a cold sweat and was sitting up in bed, gazing with wide-open eyes straight before him. He had been woken by a fearful dream. In his dream, he and his Uncle Pierre were marching at the head of an immense army. This army was made up of slanting white threads that filled the air like spider webs that float in autumn. Ahead of them was glory, which was something like those threads too, only somewhat more opaque. They, he and Pierre, were flying lightly and happily nearer and nearer to their goal. All at once, the threads that moved them seemed to grow weak and tangled, and it was all difficult. And Uncle Nikolai stood before them in a stern and menacing attitude. "Have you done this?" he said, pointing to the broken pens and sticks of sealing wax. "I did love you once, but I will kill the first of you that moves forward." Nikolinka looked around for Pierre, but Pierre was not there. Instead of Pierre, there was his father, Prince Andrei. And his father had no shape or form, but he was there. And seeing him, Nikolinka felt the weakness of love. He felt powerless, limp and relaxed. His father caressed him and pitied him, but his Uncle Nikolai was moving down upon them, coming closer and closer. A great horror came over Nikolinka, and he woke up. "My father," he thought. "My father has been with me and has caressed me. He approved of me. He approved of Uncle Pierre. Whatever he might tell me, I would do it. I know they want me to study, and I am going to study. But someday I shall have finished, and then I will act. Everyone shall know of me and admire me." And all at once he felt his breast heaving with sobs, and he burst into tears. "Are you ill?" he heard de Salle's voice. "No," answered Nikolinka, and he lay back on his pillow. He thought about de Salle. How good and kind he is. I really like him, he thought. But Uncle Pierre, oh, what a wonderful man. And my father, yes, I will do something that even he would be happy with.